là, mais non.
Donc,
Et C. Et C, 1, 2.
oh,
On bouge toujours ouvert, c'est pas grave.
d'accord. Non. Ça a l'air de marcher. Non, je m'entends déjà.
Chris and I are old mates. Chris was... Oh, really?
After we wrapped up everything.
He's a good guy, Chris.
Yeah, he was giving me all his own stories about different surveillance things and things like that.
We were in the ID together, Chris and I, so yeah.
We ended up in Cambodia one time on like a moment's notice. But, yeah, so he passed his on and stuff. And hello, he was trying to get back to the UK.
So you're in, sorry, Homeland Security.
Yeah, so I'm in Washington, DHS.
So do you know Sean Beddoes then? Yeah. Because Sean's now working for another old mate of mine, Jordan Wright, in IATA.
Well, no,
So no, Sean's in IATA. He's now permanent. Yeah, he's in Geneva.
we're sorry.
Welcome. Happy as Larry. Yeah, he's a great guy. Yeah, I like Sean.
Okay, well, tell him I said hi.
I will do. I'm one of his cool.
Yeah, hi.
Hey, culture.
I'm just meeting in Japan.
Oh, good.
Okay. So we're going to get you business. Hi.
1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, we are on. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the panel on parcels trade. We will discuss here the good, the bad, and the ugly of that quickly growing trade. My name is Evdokia Moise. I'm currently heading the Emerging Policy Issues Division in the Trade and Agriculture Department of the OECD, and I will be moderating this panel today. We have with us a number of very interesting panelists. I will start on the right side. Leonard Zeiger is counselor at the Permanent Delegation of Israel to the OECD, responsible for trade, innovation, investment, and other policy issues, and she is the vice chair to the working party of the Trade Committee here at the OECD. Next to her, Stephen Pope is the vice president for Customs Regulatory Affairs in DHL Express Europe. Previous to that post, he spent 26 years in the public sector working for His Majesty's Customs and Excise, His Majesty's Treasury, and in the IMF on trade compliance, taxation policy, and trade reform. Next, we have Mrs. Sylvia Carter, who is founder and CEO of To Web or Not to Web, a company specialized in international digital and multi-channel services, helping startups grow their domestic and international sales through online and offline channels. Next to her, my colleague Michael Morans works for the OECD Task Force on Countering Illicit Trade and is a former officer of the Canada Border Services Agency, Canada's Customs Administration, where he coordinated international affairs for customs. Then we have Krista Borzowski. She's the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Trade and Transport Policy within the Department of Homeland Security in the United States, and she co-chairs the OECD Task Force on Countering Illicit Trade. Then, last but not least, Mr. Ricardo Trevino is the Deputy Secretary General of the World Customs Organization. He has spent over 18 years of career in Mexico's public sector, including as Commissioner of Customs. He's in charge of leading the efforts to update the revised Kyoto Convention and of defining the organization's strategic plan and priorities. So, in order, my intention is to keep this panel very, very interactive, so there will be no PowerPoint presentations. I will start by asking each of you a couple of questions so that we manage to set the stage and take the discussion from there. So I will start with Steve. Steve, as one of the main players in moving small parcels around the world, what can you tell us about the scale of increase in parcels trade? What are the main characteristics of this trade, and how do the main players of this trade articulate their activities?
Thank you, Evie, and good morning, everyone. Well, In the grand scheme of things, e-commerce represents about 20% of DHL Express's business. So 80% of our business is still B2B in terms of volume and revenue. It's been growing, as you see, and it's growing on average about 15% year on year, although we're seeing a slight slowdown at the moment, particularly out of Asia Pacific. E-commerce in general is quite interesting in terms of the patterns, the traders, and the products that are being offered. What we see in particular out of Asia Pacific is a lot of products that generally consumers will buy on Amazon, eBay, the sort of large platforms coming into that, and that's still the main bulk of our e-commerce traffic is Asia coming into other economies. But what we see in other economies, take for example the European Union, it's more boutique style of e-commerce. So what you're seeing is rather than groups consolidating and selling through platforms, large major platforms, they're setting their own platforms up and they're shipping direct. A lot of the customers that we have in Europe are offering premium products. For example, we move high-value bike components, we deliver to Australia. We move sporting equipment, again, all over the world. But what we're seeing is here, it's more our customer is the actual manufacturer or seller of the goods direct. They're not using a platform so much. And then what we're also doing as well is we're moving in arena, for example, in sub-Saharan Africa, where we've been working with entrepreneurs. And again, what they're doing is they're, again, manufacturing and selling their products direct. Now, they use some platforms, but they don't use all the major platforms. There are other platforms that they use, such as Mal for Africa. So in the general scheme of things, we're seeing that entrepreneurs have realized that e-commerce offers what we call the democratization of trade. And we're involved in the Global Alliance for Trade Facilitation, the German Alliance for Trade Facilitation. And we're involved in a number of projects with groups such as ITC and UNCTAD in Geneva. And so what we're seeing is that entrepreneurs can immediately sell directly to the global market. They can access the global market. So in terms of volume, we're still seeing individual orders. It's very rare that we will see, say, for example, bulk being moved to us. They're individual orders. But because of the express model, it's mainly premium products. The product has to have the value to justify putting it onto our platform, because our platform is highly complex. We run a hubs and spokes system globally across the world. Main hubs are Hong Kong for Asia, Cincinnati for the Americas, and Leipzig covering Europe. So for that hub and spoke system and our aircraft and the whole of what we call our time-definite international platform, it comes at a premium. So the products tend to match what's coming in on that.
DSG, can you give us your take on the scale of parcels trade?
Thank you, Vdoke, and thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Yes, well, of course, we have seen a great increase on the operation of parcels in international trade. We have estimates that have shown an increase of around 27% on the operation of parcels. And we are focusing here mainly on e-commerce. And now we are going not only from e-commerce, but what we have now known as mobile commerce. And this means mobile commerce comes from the transactions that are made not only by using digital media, but using your mobile. So now it's easier to do these transactions, and we are facing with an important increase. And currently, we see that mobile access in the world is around 71, 72% of total population. So this makes it very accessible for people to do commercial transactions, and this involves, in many cases, crossing borders. And when we're talking about physical goods, tangible goods, you can do the ordering of the good via your mobile or via the internet. You can pay, you can choose, you can order, but eventually the physical good has to cross the customs ports. So this is quite a challenge for customs administrations. And what we have been working at WCO is actually a framework of standards to help customs administration regulate e-commerce operations. And here we go, looking for facilitation, but also compliance. And necessarily facilitation and compliance, an ingredient is transparency. So we need to focus on transparency, on a legal framework that gives us and provides us enough elements so that customs administration can have a real useful guide in implementing transparency and conduct and ethic conduct guidelines as well.
Thank you. Lena, the opportunities borne by parcels trade has attracted the attention of Israeli policymakers, namely for their potential to increase competition in imports. And these policymakers initiated reflections about appropriate policies around this phenomenon. What is the significance of parcels trade for domestic economies such as Israel's, and what is the significance for the consumers?
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. So for the Israeli government, well as others, it has identified the vast opportunities of digitalization, but also the need to adapt policies. And Israel it's important to remind here in this room, perhaps, that Israel is a small economy. It's we sometimes even call it an island economy because it's geographically isolated. It's not part of a regional trading bloc. But on the other hand, the digital infrastructure is very good, and the population relatively wealthy. So the opportunities that are very important and identify as important to facilitate those. First of all is for the companies, mainly SMEs. The ability to tap the global markets is really increased by this, especially in the Israeli case, the non-technological, I would say, because the very innovative startups, they are thinking global from day one, but the others not necessarily, and the government is working on capacity building and even incentivizing financially adopting digital tools. So that's one direction. And then the other is the consumer side. And the consumer side is, in fact, very important in our case because what we saw is that the digital market is growing on the one hand, and that imports of consumer products are growing. On the other hand, participation of the Israeli population in e-commerce is on average relatively low. However, when digging a bit more into the numbers, we saw that some parts of the population, there is a certain social economical divide, so some parts are actually not there almost at all, but the others who do are in fact very active, even when we compare it to other OECD countries. And on the other hand, we see that the share of imports of consumer products is below average, and non-tariff barriers were identified in that regard. The issue, the importance of that issue and the political momentum was actually created in 2011 because there was a wave of political, social protests about the high cost of living, non-violent process, I have to mention. And the prices indeed in the Israeli market, because it is so small, and it was also concentrated. I mean, it still is, the competition is still not perfect, I would say. And the prices are in fact about 19% higher than the average in PPP terms. And then if we look at certain segments, it's in fact, for example, pharma, it reaches 48% difference according vis-a-vis the OECD prices. So the issue of consumer products and the aim of facilitating imports of consumer products also through e-commerce and trade in parcels, what we say, was identified as one of the ways to try and deal with that situation, along, of course, other measures, because competition policy is central, and, of course, other steps were taken as well in terms of product market regulation. And we, in fact, see since I would say the last 4 years especially, there were a series of steps taken to decrease cost of living and increase competition in imports through what's called personal import. And eventually, these and other steps, we see that it did bring to increased competition. And even if you have a small, relatively, share of e-commerce in a certain segment, for example, electronics, IT products, spare parts for cars. Even a small share of that, it actually encourages competition, so it brings more variety to the customers, it brings lower prices, so creates a pressure of at least to stop the prices from increasing. And we've seen improvements in that regard in the market.
Thank you. Sylvia, your daily activity consists in helping SMEs seize the opportunities of digital trade. What can you tell us about the significance of parcels trade for SMEs that seek to internationalize? And what are the main difficulties that they face in trying to seize those opportunities?
Okay. Hi, everyone. I want to start with a little reminder of the SMEs in Europe. They are about 99% of the total number of companies and businesses in Europe, and in France, the number of these SMEs that are exporting is just 125,000 SMEs out of 3.8 million SMEs total in France. So that is a little 3% of SMEs that are exporting, out of which 90% they export to very close countries like Belgium, Switzerland, and so on. So exportation for SMEs in Europe and in France is difficult. In many cases, SMEs are still struggling with the basics of an export strategy. And when they come into the digital tools, the new digital channels, well, they are even more struggling. For example, they are just not understanding the difference between google.com or doodle.de, or what to do for like being visible in China with Baidu and so forth. So yes, the digital channels are democratizing exportations, but for SMEs, this democratization is kind of limited. So they are trying to, yes, go faster and export more, and the digital can help them. What we see do try to develop their own e-commerce, but in many cases, they prefer to go through third-party e-commerce or marketplaces, international marketplaces like Amazon or AliExpress, Alibaba, and etc. And why is that? Well, the main reasons are the problems, the lack of resources, the lack of time of SMEs. With their own e-commerce, they have to ship by the units to single consumers all over Europe or all over the world. And that is very, very time consuming, therefore very, very expensive for SMEs. On top of it, they must make sure that they are compliant with the law systems, with tax systems, with the customs procedures, with the local payment systems, with the local delivery systems. It's very, very difficult. Again, very time consuming. And clearly the solution for them is using marketplaces or third-party e-commerce platform. And this is the most common way to start exporting for an SME. And then if they see positive results, then they say, well, maybe I should invest more in the digital tools and boost my own e-commerce, and therefore I can start shipping directly to consumers and make more profit. So again, the major problem, the major pain points for SMEs exporting through the digital channels or just exporting offline are linked to the local system, the logistics, the cost of shipping, the cost of integrating different payment systems, the cost of integrating a solution to manage returns, and all that is very complicated, and the result we see in the numbers, in the statistics. In France or in other European countries, there is too little SMEs that is successful in international markets.
Thank you. So we've heard about a phenomenon that is growing, that may be bringing newfound opportunities for economies, for consumers, for SMEs, even if it is not always very easy for them to avail of those opportunities. At the same time, we have heard, not this morning yet, that there may, this growth in parcels trade may be also offering paths for, let's say, less positive movements around the world. The OECD Task Force on Illicit Trade has studied the phenomenon of illicit shipments among parcels trade. And I will ask Michael to tell us a bit how big this phenomenon seems to be and what are its main characteristics.
Thank you, Evdokia. Good morning, everybody. So as Evdokia just alluded to, we are focusing a little bit on the parcels trade indeed, but on the side of the bad and the ugly. So it's a little bit of a shift in gears, I would say. So first of all, a little bit of background of the work that we do. I represent the OECD Task Force on Countering Illicit Trade. We're within the Governance Directorate, and we work amongst a number of law enforcement officials, other government directorates and divisions, administrations, police, namely one of them, IP enforcement too. And we also work with the private sector. And we give shape to the discussions on illicit trade, on how to increase countries' resilience, to how to, and in ways to defeat this growing threat. This includes on topics that touch on wildlife trafficking, for instance, narcotics trade, illicit tobacco smuggling, and of course counterfeits as well. On Monday and Tuesday, we actually held the plenary session of our task force, and we discussed items on a wide range of topics, focusing around the key, what we would call facilitators of illicit trade. Something that we've heard from a number of the administrations, a number of our member countries, has been the use and the ability to use small parcels to facilitate illicit trade. This has been a key area of focus for the last few years for us. And actually in November 2018, we held a purpose-built meeting in Alicante in coordination with the EU Intellectual Property Office on this very topic. But first of all, to be perfectly clear, I think it's important to put this all into context. For us, we agree that the use of small parcels for illicit trade is vital and useful and essential for small and medium enterprises. It's very important for businesses to be able to leverage this. It provides access to markets, a wider range of goods, and can offer a number of economic development objectives to many countries. So the question for us is, how do we adjust to a rising number of threats and risks from a regulatory standpoint? And that's within the context that I'm speaking to you all today. So one of our objectives is also to deliver a number of concrete, factual, and neutral snapshots on illicit trade. And to do so, we produce estimates on the global size of markets for illicit trade. To give you an example, we've used data from the World Customs Organization, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, and DG Taxud to estimate the global size of the market in counterfeits. Actually, just on Monday, we launched the latest update of this report, where we found that the global size of the trade in counterfeits is worth upwards of $500 billion. That accounts for actually up to 3.3% of all global imports. To give you some more context on that, that is roughly the equivalent size of the GDP of Belgium. In countries like the EU, this number actually rises even further, where we have IP-intensive economies whose ideas are being copied more intensely, where the rates of counterfeiting are near 7% of all imports. These figures are, of course, staggering in size, and we think this is something that needs urgent and pressing attention. Turning our attention back to the issue of small shipments and small parcels, in terms of total seizures, these accounted for 57% of all the times whenever goods were seized, counterfeit goods were seized. That's in terms of actual volumes of seizures. In the value of the goods, this represents a smaller figure, which is about 20% of all seizures that are done in small boxes, small shipments, because you, of course, can't get as much in a small box as you could in a container, for instance. You can take this in two ways, for example. Looking at this from an economic standpoint, it represents a smaller impact, but for us, the way we work with officers and officials, this represents a significant drain on resources and a very large unmitigated threat and risk for this vector for illicit trade. Most authorities in law enforcement also associate this with other forms of illicit trade, such as the illegal trade in opioids, notably in the US and in Canada, where a vast majority of these opioids are actually imported in small shipments and small parcels. This leads to a number of deaths that could be prevented if we could just take some additional measures to try to add transparency to this process. And that's what we're working on the Task Force on Countering Illicit Trade. So with that, I would like to hand the floor back to you. Thank you.
So let me pass the floor on to your neighbor, Krista. As a government official with extensive experience on fighting counterfeit trade, I would be interested in your take about the challenges that enforcement authorities face in controlling parcels at the border. Michael alluded to those challenges. Can you tell us a bit more about that, please?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. And good morning. Good morning. I think it's still morning. Good morning to everyone. As just a reminder, my name is Krista Brzezowski. We've got a few minutes. Still morning. So I think it's important to note that I'm coming at this from two perspectives. One, as a representative of the United States government, where I work for the Department of Homeland Security in a policy capacity. I note that because the Department of Homeland Security has a dual mission for both trade facilitation and trade enforcement. And so a key balance that we're seeking as we tackle some of these, the good, the bad, and the ugly. So from not only a department perspective, but from a United States perspective, that remains one of our key objectives. But I'm also the co-chair of the effort that Michael was discussing, which is the Countering Illicit Trade Task Force. And so this is a group of members from across the OECD getting together to address the bad and the ugly side of this talk, which of course includes the movement of counterfeit or IP, intellectual property, violative goods through small parcels. So before jumping into the more of the problematic side, I'll just reiterate what Michael had said, that the growth of e-commerce, the movement of these goods through small parcels is an incredible engine of economic growth, not only for the U.S., but for many countries around the world. And I think, as a previous speaker had said, Sylvia had mentioned, is really connecting buyers and sellers in a global economy like never before. And so as we're looking at some of the negative or the downsides or the exploitation of these flows, we do need to maintain sort of that objective of balancing the enforcement side with the facilitative objectives that I think many of us share. So some of the challenges, and I know we can deep dive into any one of these throughout the conversation, but the United States is really the top country whose IP is being infringed upon. The United States really relies upon innovation and ideas and technologies as a key driver of our economy. We've got a very intensive or IP-intensive economy, and so clearly this puts us in a unique position of having a lot of concern. We're also, on the flip side, a top market of IP violative goods, so import a lot of counterfeit goods. And so we really need to be thoughtful in how we address the problem sort of from both ends, making sure that the companies and the IP and the good ideas and innovation of our companies aren't undermined or exploited by theft or other means, but also addressing sort of the demand of our own market and also standing up interdiction efforts at our own borders. So there's sort of different pressure points that we're looking at as the United States for this problem that many other countries might have their own distinct perspective on. But maybe at a very high level, some of the border challenges that I think are facing all countries, as we discussed this yesterday in the Illicit Trade Task Force. And these are things that just are pretty manifest. I mean, it's the volume. Where we might, a customs officer 10, 15 years ago, standing at the border, might have had to process a lot of big containers coming in with standardized or homogenized shipments. And that was a lot of work and it was time intensive, but now he's faced with millions and millions of tiny little e-packages. It's really amazing. I order a bow for my daughter from China and it comes in a tiny little package that the logistics supply chain has just been revolutionized. And so just the pure physical volume of this stuff showing up at facilities is a problem in and of itself. Another challenge is just the new, quote unquote, new entities involved. Whereas a customs official 5-10 years ago might have been dealing with hundreds of thousands of formal importers of records. Folks that had sort of a formalized, known relationship with customs and were part of a standardized process. Now they're dealing with literally hundreds of millions of buyers and sellers, often whose identity or purchasing history are just unknown. And those were things that had allowed customs to sort of develop facilitated processes. In addition to the volume and sort of the new entities, the data requirements and the data availability of information on these shipments and on these people behind these transactions or entities and businesses behind these transactions is often obscure. Again, in the more traditional world, we had data requirements associated with brokers, with carriers, with these importer of records. And now I think everyone is struggling with how to get the necessary information so we can conduct targeting and find the bad stuff from the good stuff. When you're dealing with sort of individuals or different types of payment processors or goods that are moving through virtual marketplaces, and also through delivery systems, to include DHL, of course, but also through the posts, where traditionally you haven't seen the type of data requirements or data accuracy or transparency that you see in other types of modes of transport. And then just a couple of other, I mean, clearly the technology challenges are just a perennial challenge for border enforcement administrations. I mean, it moves so quickly that just to try to stay with it and to capture and harness the value of sort of new and emerging technologies will be a challenge it has been a challenge, I think, probably from the invention of the wheel, but will be to continued challenge for customs administration. You know, how to leverage artificial intelligence and machine learning and new scanning technologies to be able to process stuff better and faster and more efficiently. Another challenge I think that we're all struggling with, and that I commend the World Customs Organization and the OECD for helping to address, is just the lack of global consensus or global frameworks on a lot of these topics, be they data or technology or other issues. A disparate patchwork of different countries doing different things is really a problem, not only for our buyers and sellers, but for the companies trying to avail themselves of these new opportunities. And so, the legal frameworks, the policy frameworks at a global level continue to be a challenge, but optimistic that we're really actively engaging on a lot of those. And then sort of the final one is, the effort here involves very close coordination between the tax authorities and sort of the border enforcement authorities. And in many cases, specifically the United States, those don't reside in the same ministry or department. That shouldn't be a problem, but anyone who ever worked with government knows it is. It's difficult to sort of work across agencies. And there's sort of two aspects to this. I mean, the revenue associated with the collection of value-added taxes or general services taxes, or just different types of taxes on these intermediaries and these goods, the transactions themselves, is a lot of money. And so figuring out how to get the tax authorities sort of coordinating with the customs authorities who are looking at the enforcement of not only pure customs laws, but also the laws on behalf of the agricultural laws, the consumer health safety laws, the intellectual property laws, I think is vital and is an area where some future work will definitely be needed.
What you have just said about the coordination of agencies resonates very strongly with me. We have been working on the trade side of the house in the context of our work on trade facilitation to see what are the areas that are the most problematic right now, including with respect to the implementation of the WTO trade facilitation agreement. And we see that the coordination between border agencies and cooperation within a country and across the border is still the most challenging aspect around the world, including within the OECD community. So yes, that's another area where this challenge manifests itself. So you spoke about the challenges that this increase in parcels poses to border agencies, and DSG, you mentioned the framework that has been elaborated at the WTO with respect to cross-border e-commerce. So can you tell us, within that framework, what seem to be the most promising approaches, and with respect to this framework, what would be the challenges to its effective implementation?
Yes, of course. Thanks again. So now we're moving away from the bad and the ugly and coming to the good part, which I think is the part of we have been working on this together, and that there is a solution. I think, of course, new technologies bring us new challenges, but also the new technologies provide us with their solutions. So, indeed, last June we adopted the framework of standards of cross-border e-commerce, and this framework sets out 15 baseline global standards And this was made through an inclusive approach in which we had a multi-stakeholding working group. We had the private sector, we had academia, we had other international organizations, and of course, the WCO, not only the secretariat, but the members, which we have 183 members representing around 98% of the total international trade going around the world. So, and what are the futures of this framework of standards? Well, you know, custom administration is all about risk administration, risk analysis, and the theme of this event, Tech for Trust, I think comes very on hand, makes a lot of sense in this part, because for a right and a positive and an efficient risk analysis, we need information, and we need to use this information. We need to analyze this data, and the best way to do this is through the use of technology. So what are we proposing? And it goes more or less online with what I think Michael and Krista just mentioned about the risks that the high volume of operations presents, and also about the percentages of the seizures that Michael talked about. This is all about risk management. You cannot stop cross-border trade and check on everything. You have to use the technology. You have to use the information that you got. And so some of the features is actually the exchange of advanced electronic data. So we are promoting the advanced electronic data so that we can do the right analysis on time, and we can have more information before the actual transaction comes in place. The second is simplified procedures. The more you simplify it, the better, the more transparency you get. So we're working on simplifying procedures. Then we are providing alternate revenue collection approaches. So we know every country, every member has a different revenue collection model, and we know that for many countries this represents a very important part of their income. So we are presenting different alternatives. And the third one is the intensive use of technology, especially data science, data analysis technology, but also non-intrusive inspection technology, which would provide with an easy and a more agile transaction in the ports of entry. So using more or less these four big concepts, we have developed the guidelines, the 15 main guidelines. We're still working on the specifics, and by the end of this year, we will probably have a much more detailed framework of standards. Now, these standards, being the World Customs Organization, the only international organization 100% focused on customs matters, is of course the forefront for e-commerce operations, and we believe that will also be a very important input for future discussions in other international analysis and discussions that are going on within OECD, within WTO, and other international organizations. Now, regarding the specific question on some challenges for its effective implementation, I think that well, we need to, of course, we need to work on the specific and national imperatives like legislative and regulatory frameworks, and well, we need to try to align all of these frameworks. We're going to have different levels of IT developments that we need to face. We're going to face a wide range of de minimis levels. This is quite a sensitive issue also in many countries. Then we have the data privacy and protection issues, and here comes again in hand all the part of integrity and technology, because since we are promoting the use of data science, data analysis, these kind of solutions have to come hand in hand with also integrity solutions and capacity building on soft skills such as leadership, commitment, and the right use of the information. This is sensitive information, and we need also to build capacity on our customs officers. We also will face regulations and necessary IT investments for different countries. The data quality that comes together with the data privacy and protection issues. Then, of course, the collaboration with other law enforcement and agencies at national, regional, and international levels. So we are trying to put the customs administrations in the leading position of border management. But there are many other agencies that participate in this work, and we need to effectively do some coordination there. So this is more or less what we are expecting as some issues. Of course, most of the members are importing countries when you talk about e-commerce. There are two large economies which are mainly exporters, talking about e-commerce, the US and China. So we have to work together with these two big export economies regarding e-commerce, so that these framework of standards are adopted and well and effectively implemented.
Yes, it does. Okay. So we heard from Ricardo the reflections of the customs policy community on addressing some of the challenges of these increased flows of parcels trade. The Interministerial Commission on Personal Imports, Lena told us, also put in place a reflection on how to address those challenges. Lena, can you tell us a bit more about what they came up with?
Pleasure. So, as I mentioned, due to various circumstances, the government has put an aim of working on, in fact, also tariff barriers, but mainly non-tariff barriers, an issue of agency, border agencies, cooperation, etc., in a general way. Now, in terms of what's called in Israel personal imports, so imports for personal use, which was under high attention, there is currently what's called the personal imports legislation, which is the draft is basically finalized but awaiting approval. Which includes a few elements. What's important to say, first of all, is that the import mechanism in Israel is somewhat different. For example, if we compare it to the EU, in the regard that in principle compliance with technical or other regulatory requirements has to be demonstrated mostly at the border. So it depends, of course, on the specific product and other aspects. But in general, the system is much more relying more heavily on completing the regulatory compliance procedures at the border before allowing the product into the market. And the legal framework for imports is such that it does provide already now for somewhat easier conditions for personal importation, which is defined as importation for personal or family use, not through an intermediary, not for purposes of production, supply, etc. But one of the main problems with the current system was that it lacked a clear distinction between personal and commercial imports. It lacked, for example, the definition of what is a reasonable amount to be considered a personal imports. So all this was worked out in the framework of the personal imports order to simplify basically the processes, to simplify the definition, to create a clear legal hierarchy for imports. For example, so the amount is shipment of up to $1,000 or 5 items, the lower between the two. In any case, not more than 30 units per year. But what is important also, working with most of the specific regulators, and to try to identify or to reassess, in fact, their demands, with a view to see what could be done for personal imports, so that the prohibitively complicated and cumbersome procedures would be perhaps avoided or simplified. So through that process, a number of consumer products, a wide number, I would say, for example, in IT, in transportation, certain items, food supplements, etc., for personal use were exempted from regulatory compliance checks, under, of course, taking into account appropriate risk management approach within the specific context. And also the customs authority, from their side, they were demanded, implemented mechanisms for collection of information at the border for personal imports. And those processes were enhanced against for risk management purposes. In terms of simplification of administration, an obligation, kind of a service obligation was imposed on the regulators, so that they have to give a decision in case the product is still such that a specific permit is required. They have to give the decision within 2 to 5 working days. There are no fees. Those were handling fees were eliminated as well. And so the last pillar is in terms again of creating clear, reducing legal ambiguity for consumers. So apart from creating a single regulatory framework, which is the personal imports order, which represents basically in one place all the relevant legislations relating to personal import. But also there was work done on transparency and accessibility of information. So a dedicated internet site was created. It was a collaboration of Ministry of Economy and the Customs Authority to present all the relevant information in one place to facilitate basically trade in parcels and allow easier access to information regarding handling fees, regulation, tax rates, calculating according to HS numbers, etc. So we're awaiting approval at the moment, and of course many more issues, I'm sure, in terms of implementation would come along. But this is something which is considered very important for the policy which I presented.
So we heard from the speakers about a number of directions in order to be able to address the phenomenon. We heard about transparency, we heard about exchange of information, data flows, we heard about risk management, and we heard about simplification of procedures. The simpler it is, the less opportunities for hiccups in the system. And we also heard about cooperation between border agencies. Finally, we heard a lot about technology and about how the technology can help address these challenges in an easier way. Now, I would like to ask Steve and Sylvia to react to those proposals, to give us their take on how these approaches will influence the process, which of them will be relatively straightforward to implement within the current context, which ones might pose additional problems for the various actors involved in the system. So over to you, please.
Thanks, Evie. I'd just like to quickly go back to e-commerce in general. It's something that Krista and Michael raised. And that is that we've seen a paradigm shift in trade. This isn't a trend, this is a paradigm shift. And of course, as a customs officer in the old days, you were trained to intercept a container, check a ship. You were confronted by one container, and there were hundreds of containers that turned up at a port. You now have the super port, so you have thousands of containers, and as we've heard, we have millions of shipments coming in. So that is a major challenge for customs officers because, of course, resources are based around the old style of bulk B2B business. And, of course, that still dominates. We have high streets. We have shops outside just down the road here. There's a large bed shop and whatever. That is still B2B. And that is still the bulk of trade that we see. But, of course, what we're seeing is that the internet is empowering consumers and entrepreneurs to trade with each other directly, cutting out the middleman. Now, what we need to do is we need to better understand collaboratively what does this mean. At the end of the day, there are a lot of issues around e-commerce. What does it mean for the high street? What does it mean for taxation policy? What does it mean for consumer rights? What does it mean for enforcement, as we're hearing here? And I think there needs to be more of a sort of engaged dialogue now to increase understanding of what exactly we're facing. Take, for example, counterfeiting. Why do people buy counterfeit goods? Do they deliberately buy counterfeit goods? Some do deliberately buy counterfeit goods, others don't. One of the areas that within DHL, we do a lot in this area. And one of the things that we find, for example, is we find artificial websites purporting to represent a major brand. Normally it's a sports good brand. And the consumers actually think they're buying the genuine product. Now, what they're saving is about 30 or 40%, and they think they're getting a bargain. What they're getting is a fake item. And they often don't realise this, because we ask them, and we go out to them. What we also see very often is they put our brand on the website as well. So what we do is we have lawyers in Bonn, and they do what we do called takedowns. So if we can link that website to the DHL brand on there, we can go out legally and get that website taken down. And websites are operated by a number of international bodies, and you can just go there and get it taken down. So I think that is one of the major challenges that we see. I think the concern that we see is, yes, this is an important issue, but let's still remember the vast majority of IPR goods are in bulk. They're not in small consignments. It's an issue within small consignments, there's no doubt about it. And with us, I'm in a slightly advantageous position in that DHL Express, like the express industry in general, is a data-rich environment. And despite what was said in the report, we have no privacy issues whatsoever in sharing any data related to an import or an export with the customs administration. I saw that in the report, and that's not actually correct. Data protection law does not apply at all in terms of imports or exports. If we have to give information relating to an import or an export to a customs administration, we give it. We give all of it. In fact, the administration sees it all. So, and that's one of the things that we need to do. We need to engage more and more on what we're doing it. The Americans coined a phrase during what they call the ACAS, which was the advanced data for basically spotting a bomb in a box on a plane in terms of aircraft security, of co-creation. And one of the great successes of the ACAS program is that it was developed with the industry. It was started with the express industry, and then it evolved within trade in general. And I think one of the things that we need to do more and more is there needs to be more co-creation around this. Like every express carrier, we have a global manifesting system. You give me an account or a name of a shipper, I can spot every single shipment around the world, and we can stop them because we have a system that stops. So the express industry has adapted to e-commerce. We had, I recently wrote an article for the WCO Journal where we were based on a B2B model. We collect hundreds of shipments, tens or hundreds of shipments at one commercial premises, and we deliver them to one commercial premise in a country. Now we're picking up tens or hundreds at one place, but then they're delivered to tens and hundreds of different addresses, i.e. consumers. And the express industry, we've invested hundreds of millions in what we call the last mile. Now, I can't speak for the postal industry, it's a different environment, but with the express, we've done that. We've had to adapt, you know, as most of you, if not all of you, buy something online, and if you buy from an express carrier, you know, will come and deliver it at a certain place at a certain time. You have track and trace. You know, we do, for example, X-ray screening for safety and security. We can tell you when it was screened. You can see an image, and you can see who screened that shipment. So for a customs administration, we have a wealth of data. It's there. And I saw within the report one of the other issues was about sort of some of the data-rich industries. It didn't just mention Express, that there wasn't an ability or there was no way of exchanging data with customs administrators. That's not necessarily correct. What we often find is our IT systems are far more advanced than the customs administration. For example, we're already well down the road and looking at blockchain. And blockchain will make a massive impact in terms of the integrity of a shipment, because you have the whole supply chain. And one of the advantages of Express is that you have it from pickup to delivery. You have the whole life cycle. And what we need to do is we need to engage more and more in that. We need to remember above all, and you know, I'm responsible for trade facilitation as well, as I mentioned earlier. This is a golden opportunity for entrepreneurs in developed and least developed economies to access the global market. In Europe, for example, we face this massive issue around immigration, which is creating, you know, nationalist reactions which are not healthy, with people pouring over the Mediterranean. If any of us were as poor as they were, we saw a rich market, we'd do exactly the same. You know, I live in Germany. Why did I live in Germany? Because I wanted a better life and I found a better job. So I did exactly the same. But what we need to do is we need to ensure that if we want to ensure that those countries have economic growth, that we don't create policies or policies in an area where we have one specific target with unintended consequences. You know, one of the major problems that we have at the moment, we're working with the International Trade Center in a number of countries in sub-Saharan Africa, is actually being able to jump through all the bureaucratic hoops to get into those markets. And so, you know, we need to work together on that. We need to use data. We need to do risk assessment. There needs to be more information exchange between what they call authorized economic operators, i.e. trusted traders like DHL, of customs telling us what they're looking for or informing us about seizures, what they have, and then us being able to use our global manifesting system to help them to do that. Now, I have a team in Cologne that does that every single day, and we are identifying shipments every day. Sadly, one of the problems that I have is getting a customs administration to actually stop the shipment. Now, that is not good. I've read the IPR report, and I have met even EU member states, customs administrations refuse to seize a shipment. In fact, I've had some that have deliberately cleared them. And we know they're counterfeit because the right holder has been informed about a previous shipment. It's the same shipper, it's the same product. The rights holder hasn't seen that specific shipment, but it's exactly the same, and they refuse to inspect them. So it is a serious issue. We need to deal with it. But my wish would be that we collaborate more, we engage more. Within the Global Express Association with DHL, we want to do that. I do that now already on a number of customs administrations nationally, and I'm grateful to the WCO. You know, the WCO gave us a wonderful opportunity recently to write on risk and data in the WCO journal, and I would encourage everyone to read the journal. It's very good. And so I think the solution is that we increase the understanding amongst ourselves. We fully get the challenge of IPR. That's why I have a team that deals with it. But on the flip side as well, what's important for us is to ensure that we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater and start stifling potential growth in e-commerce, particularly in developed and least developed economies.
Well, I'm totally, I agree with Stephen, and I went through the WCO framework, e-commerce, cross-border e-commerce framework, and I found that very interesting, and some of the standards can be actually kind of helpful for SMEs in the digital channels, especially I think is number 7, which is the one about alternatives duty collections. I think that, for example, probably already exists in some major marketplaces, warehouses, but using that in other like marketplaces, warehouses can actually be very convenient for small and medium companies trying to export a little bit more. And then the other consideration is that for SMEs or for exporters in general, this framework can be a simplificator, but has to be adopted worldwide. And you say that the major countries, exporting countries, are USA and China. And China is stronger and stronger. They are one of the major e-commerce platform, GD.com. They signed a partnership with Google Express, so they're gonna have their own brand, the Joy Buy brand, Chinese brand, selling through the e-commerce of Google. So I just wonder if these on the Chinese side, they are as willing as the rest of the world to implement such a framework. But I'm optimistic by nature.
Before I shoot all of you with another round of questions, I would like to turn it a bit to the floor. Any of you want to ask a question to our panelists on the topics that they have raised? Or any of you wanting to react to one of the points that were raised?
Sure. Until folks muster their courage, I'll fill the space here, and then we're going to start calling on people. So you better come up with questions. We're not above that. But no, I mean, I think really, really insightful points. I mean, clearly, the equities here are between again, if we had to sort of boil this into a single point, it's facilitation versus sort of the enforcement missions that we've got here. So maybe just a couple of reactions to some of the points. You know, on the you had mentioned that that this understanding collaboratively this new world is going to be really imperative, and I think you had used the example of ACAS, Steve, which is advanced data. Started off as a pilot, co-created by industry and the Department of Homeland Security and other agencies in reaction to, was it the inkjet? The Yemen incident where there was an inkjet or an ink printer sort of smuggled within other air cargo shipments. So a perfect example of the need to sort of really react quickly, both on the public and the private sector, come up with a set of data that was helpful to the government side, but feasible to be provided by industry, piloted in an operational environment for 7 years, and then regulated. So I think a really great example of how that kind of collaboration could work. I think also your point on consumer behavior and I think, do they know what they're buying, and how we can educate folks who may not understand what it is that they're buying. I think Mike has the numbers on sort of where that breaks down, but there's a substantial amount of folks that actually do choose to purchase counterfeits, or evidence suggests that they're at least aware. And that could be probably because anything is cheaper. I'm susceptible to that. But education there on the dangers associated with a product that might break, or not be up to standards of Food and Drug Administration, or could hurt their kid, or just could not work if it's a type of medicine that they rely on. I think that could be a really helpful point. And also more and more of an understanding of that the money associated with some of these counterfeits isn't going to fund Pollyanna. It's going to fund criminal organizations and terrorist organizations and bad actors. And so associating what you see with almost like the fair market type coffee brands, really putting a brand on goods to make sure that you are not unintentionally fueling some revenue generation for bad actors. So that was the positive side. I will react, and maybe it could start a conversation here. on a couple of the points there, the one, absolutely a problem in the U.S. and I'm sure with others where customs folks are challenged to respond in cases where potential counterfeit has been identified. Often your data capabilities and your analytics are going to be far advanced from some of the legacy, I'll just say it nicely, the legacy systems that we're operating with. And that's absolutely a problem. Having to dispose of, my daughter's hair package bow with a single bow in it, in the same way we would have to dispose of a complete container full of goods. That's paperwork, that's time, that's effort. And so sort of figuring out what kind of voluntary abandonment procedures or sort of simplified procedures for just being able to take those shipments and not have to go through the administrative burden of processing them is certainly something we're looking at. I mean, it's a huge manpower issue. It's also the penalties associated with an IP violation on a hair bow aren't super attractive to prosecutors. They're looking for the big wins, and so figuring out what that penalty regime could look like and revamping that, I think, is something that governments around the world are looking at. And then on this issue, I'll stop here with data. I'll sort of react in two ways. I think you had a question about the accuracy of, or I think it was just more of a statement, which I think we absolutely concur with, that the vast majority of this stuff, IP stuff, is traveling in bulk. We're not seeing it in those small parcels. So I think continuing to address those flows, but also recognizing that we get really good data on bulk shipments and particularly in maritime flows. And this evidence of where the flows are is based on seizures. We've got great data that's allowing us to make seizures in some of the traditional places. We don't have great data in areas like postal. And so if we were able to better target and kind of understand those flows, what would that data look like about the IP violative products in those flows? So just an open question that we're really interested in digging into. And then on this issue of data, again, this has been a topic of much debate here in the OECD and also in the World Customs Organization, where the sensitivities around proprietary data are in a bit of tension with a willingness of great partners like DHL and other express to sort of open up the kimono and allow customs to kind of hook into their systems, which, as I said, are often well in advance technologically of government systems. Balancing that with sort of traditional principles such as when governments ask of citizens or businesses ask data of them, the norms have been that we publicly disclose our requests, that we get and solicit feedback on the impact that will have to businesses, the burden of compliance, that we seek input from small and medium-sized businesses, and that we come to make a cost-benefit assessment based on all that and have a publicly available, transparent, consistent set of data requirements. And so as we're figuring out how to make use of just this data-rich environment that's out there, and where the old norms and the old principles of adherence to transparency, consistency, minimizing the impact of business, sort of that interplay, and then also the security and privacy protections, of course, that goes without saying. It's a conversation that I think warrants sort of top of the agenda, and continued collaboration with not only the carriers that Steve represents, but the third-party platforms, the marketplaces of the world that are just privy to a huge amount of data associated with transactions, with people, with businesses, that could be really helpful to us as governments, but on the flip side, could generate concern about who's seeing that data and the purposes for which it's being used in the long term.
I think we have a volunteer there. Eva?
Yes.
Can you please present yourself?
Thank you. Eva Hampel with the U.S. Council for International Business. We're also a member of Business at OECD, so we're frequent visitors here for all of these great meetings, and thank you to the panel. It's been incredibly interesting. All of these issues that you're addressing are very important to all of our members. The question that I have for whoever would like to answer is, to the extent kind of broadening out the discussion, to what extent you may be looking to the conversation going on at the WTO with the e-commerce negotiations. I know there was a mention also of UNCTAD. They have a meeting coming up in a couple of weeks on electronic commerce, which looks to be a very active week. And so just kind of wanted to ask to the group to what extent you're looking to those different forums, or perhaps even also the broader work on digital trade that's being done at the OECD to address some of these issues that you are concerned about. Thank you.
If it's on the same topic, please go ahead. If not, I'll pass it to the panel, and please, who wants to answer? Please.
Thank you. Yes, it's been and it's going to be much more busier in the following years, I guess. For many multilateral organizations to work on e-commerce, as we've been saying, it represents a challenge, it represents an opportunity as well, and we're all working together at the end. I think that because of our nature being the customs organization, we've been moving forward a little bit faster because the need of our members. They are the ones that are in the ground doing this day to day. So we've been moving forward in this, and that's why I was saying earlier ago that I think that this framework of standards will be an important input in the discussions that will go on in other organizations. And we are already engaged, and we are already in touch and in constant coordination with WTO, with UNCTAD, with the OECD, and others. And I think that it makes sense that this document that has been prepared within the WCO working group can be, I think, a starting point also in other discussions. I think that we have gone through specifics. We're going to the specific details, and still, of course, we need to go to the perspective of trade within WTO and other perspectives. We also need to strengthen the tax and the customs collaboration perspective, and so I think that this is an ongoing work. The framework of standards that have been approved by WCO membership are not written in stone. I think that it's gonna evolve in the following years, but I think that this is a first step towards other discussions.
Yeah, from our perspective, we've decided to engage in all facets of this issue, from facilitation to compliance to regulation. So we're engaged in all of the major fora. We work closely with UNCTAD on a number of projects on e-commerce. Work with ITC as well. We'll be there in Geneva in a couple of weeks' time, hopefully. For us, it's important to understand the environment in which we're operating in, because I think it was, as Ricardo mentioned earlier on, there are risks and there are opportunities, and for every challenge there is always an opportunity. And for us, thought leadership and engagement, even with the difficult, the bad and the ugly. It's not just you guys dealing with the bad and the ugly. We sit with you on that as well. We have to engage with it. We have to face it. We have to deal with it. Because if we don't, we'll get policy that we don't want. So within Deutsche Post DHL, and certainly within the team that I have, we have taken a decision that we will engage on every question, and we want to learn as well from other stakeholders, be it the OECD or the WCO. And the WCO, I must say, we're grateful for being a major stakeholder for yours, and I think the engagement with the private sector, the WCO, has been very good. It's been it's been ongoing for a lot longer than the WTO, but the WTO is catching up very, very fast. We're engaged with the WTO as well. So I think it's important for all of us to engage and deal with every single issue. As we've been hearing today, it's been a balance between simplified procedures, trade facilitation, but also compliance as well.
So I would just like to say that, first of all, for the Israeli government, to say that the e-commerce issue is super important, and at the WTO, hopefully, I mean, we really think that multilateral discussion of these issues and hopefully negotiation is very important. The challenge, of course, is obvious. At the WTO, the processes are not always easy. And in this regard, I think that the work of international organizations such as the WCO and the OECD and others to support those discussions with evidence-based analysis is super important. So at the OECD, which work I know somewhat more, there has been done quite a lot on issues of market access, etc. for e-commerce. So, but for trading parcels, I think that more could be done in terms of understanding the trends and analyzing. And the issue of data is, at least I would say for the Israeli government, but when it was trying to tackle the issues, it was very difficult, and we have different sources of data, not necessarily compatible. For Israel, the trade in parcels is mainly done actually through the post and not companies, delivery companies. So I really hope that the OECD would be able to do perhaps something more in that regard, collaborating with as much as possible with private actors and the post UPO as well, because really eventually the opportunities for developing countries, but developed as well, are huge. Certainly, we need to tackle the problematic issues as well, and we need really evidence for that. Thank you.
We have indeed been struggling with this problem of data ourselves. You're well placed to know that in the trade working party of the OECD, we're trying to have a better understanding of the whole phenomenon of parcels trade and the ins and outs of it, in order to help policymakers take better informed decisions. We hope that little by little, in collaboration with various parts of the House, we will be able to get a clearer picture of the stakes and the proper ways forward. Please.
I'm Channing Mavrelis with Global Financial Integrity. Trade is used to both move illicit goods as well as illicit financial flows. And for both, transparency and information is critical in terms of combating it. However, there seems to be a decent amount of information asymmetry when it comes to customs departments communicating with each other. What recommendations would you have to improve or promote communication and information sharing with something like the trade transparency units that the U.S. has? Would they, for lack of a better term, be exported elsewhere so that one side knows what the other side has the same information and can make better decisions in terms of facilitation and enforcement? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, definitely one of the core issues that we promote within WCO is cooperation, is customs to customs cooperation. So we definitely have several tools and guidelines that foster this. Now, as you said, and this e-commerce business model provides us opportunities, like Sylvia said, for new and small enterprises to reach new markets. But unfortunately, organized crime also follows and copies most of the time the behavior of regular and formal businesses. So this brings us again to the challenge of having new actors in the cross-border trade. So once you have new actors, if we go back in time again, Krista was mentioning 10, 15 years ago, you had some kind of operation and volume. And now with increasing volume, and you have new actors from which you don't know anything at all, and now going business to consumer or consumer to consumer, information is important. And going back again to what Stephen just mentioned about being able to collect this information and share it with the authorities becomes of high relevance. So we are providing guidelines and tools and assisting our members so that they can collect the right information from the main actors, importers, exporters, but also other stakeholders such as couriers, as brokers, and transport and shipment companies, so that we can get as much information as possible for new actors coming into play in this e-commerce business model that we have. Now, we are guiding through the use of technology and the use of models such as single window and the data model of WCO, so that within the single window, the first step of maturity is to coordinate the interagency exchange of information, agriculture, health, and customs, and other agencies, of course. But the second step, or the next step of maturity, is to have a single window environment between countries, so that we can foster collaboration and coordination and exchange of information between the customs administrations, among the customs administrations. So I think that we are on the way. There are already some regional initiatives in which some members are already exchanging their information online, certain information. So we need to standardize the data as well. So, but we still hope for more and more initiatives like this, and of course to finally have maybe a single data model that can be shared and exchanged between among our members. I mean, it sounds very difficult to achieve, but we've been there in other cases. For instance, take a look at the history of standardizing the containers size, or take a look at the history of standardizing railways tracks. We did it. We achieved it back then, several decades ago. Now we need to standardize data. I think it's achievable, and we are aspiring to that. Thank you.
I might, just from a customs or enforcement perspective, and also from the U.S., you had mentioned the Trade Transparency Unit. I mean, tackling the problem of trade-based and other types of money laundering. You know, as we see increase of data flows, I think we're talking today about those ending up with a parcel, but oftentimes, as the WTO is looking at, you know, it's just going to be data flows that don't necessarily result in, as I keep going back to the hair bow ending up at the doorstep, but could be great facilitators of money laundering. So the data piece you spoke to, I absolutely couldn't agree more. You know, when we're, and I want to make a little bit of a clarification on, you know, some of the regulatory data that's required for each and every import or export. I mean, I think that's a bucket unto itself, where the Trade Transparency Unit, and I think other U.S. Models might be insightful for other members, are more of the information sharing that is on trends, is on typologies, is on sort of the intelligence that's out there. So it might not necessarily be, you know, the importer's name and credit card number and kids' names and dogs' names and all that kind of stuff, but really generating an atmosphere where information, intelligence, typologies, trends can be shared. Two examples that if folks aren't familiar with them, they could maybe look up are, one is the Intellectual Property Rights Center. That's a center set up in the United States, sort of hosted by DHS, but I think that just means we provide the rent, and brings together, I think, 23 or 24 different law enforcement agencies across the United States government. So you'll have the Federal Bureau of Investigation, you'll have investigative entities outside of the Department of Homeland Security, and then the private sector. So that's the interesting piece, payment providers, third-party marketplaces, sort of an entrusted forum for discussion of, focused on, in that case, on IP-related issues. Another example, and I'm going to kill the acronym here, but I think it's called the National Cyber Forensics Center. There's another letter in there that I'm forgetting, but it's in Pittsburgh. And it says cyber, but what they really do is they've got a whole unit, again, that looks at actual transactions in sort of the money-based laundering kind of sector. And again, a trusted environment with sort of vetted private sector individuals that have access to information on sort of a trust basis that allows government to kind of pull the thread further than we normally would be able to under a regulatory control, and use information that industry might have on transactions or people's or activities that could be indicators of money-based, trade-based money laundering.
Thank you. We were supposed to be finishing now, but let's take another 6 minutes. I would like each of you to take 1 minute, no more please, and tell us from your perspective, from your professional perspective, what would be the most important point in the way forward in dealing with parcels trade. And I'll start from my opposite side. Ricardo, please.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to be very brief. The next step is to adopt the framework of standards of WCO for e-commerce. I think that in the way that we adopt it and we test it, and then we can keep working and improving it, and follow up on the evolution of these dynamics. I think that risk management and the use of technology should be in the center of every solution, of every policy that is implemented, and this is fostered and is promoted by WCO and other organizations. So I think that this would be the next step, and we can enter the phase of, as I said, evaluating the results and then coming back to improve the framework of standards as needed.
Great. Again, putting an enforcement hat on, I would say to really be able to collaboratively with industry identify the unique needs for data for e-commerce, for these small shipments, and what are those simplified processes that could still afford the many border agencies with the visibility they need to assess what's in the shipment and to be able to collect the revenue associated if applicable. So really data, what do we need, when do we need it, and sort of how do we partner to get it. And I think that that's going to sort of create a conversation around roles and responsibilities for some of these newer entrants into this e-commerce ecosystem.
Wow, I feel bad for the person at the end of this because there's going to be so few little bits left after everybody mentions everything. So considering we're here today at the Integrity Forum and the motto of this week is Tech for Trust, I would like to reinforce the fact that we need to bring integrity to this chain. This integrity is assured through, as was mentioned, data, strong data, reliable data that's provided on time. This is what we've heard members of our task force request. And the next step for us is to try to work with some of our partners, including our member countries, of course, WCO, in close consultation with them, ways to increase the availability of this data and to get it into the right hands and to make sure it's accurate. So that requires assessing, what is this trade chain made of from start to finish? And of course, what is the role for industry in this? How can we co-create? How can we work more closely with them to develop the right tools to put in the hands of governments and officials to assess risk and to stop illicit trade.
I'm still on the SMEs side, and well, before moving to Paris, I lived in Italy, and in Italy there are many more SMEs than in France. And I lived when the Chinese were buying a lot of SMEs, especially in Tuscany. So all the apparel and fabric manufacturers became Chinese. So the SMEs were just disappearing. And now I have a dream, and my dream is to see the number of SMEs, exporting SMEs, growing like double in 5 years. That is my dream, especially for European SMEs, not Italian or French, but in Europe. I would really like to see them go and grow, especially in China or new countries all over the world, and with integrity and with collaboration, cooperation. I think all the stakeholders here are very important. OECD or the WCO, WTO, DHL, they must, yes, work all together to achieve that.
So I would support what Sylvia said there, and I think it's a good vision. I just done a quick stock take. I think I belong to 10 different groups on e-commerce, from facilitation to tax collection to enforcement, from the World Economic Forum, the WTO, the WCO, you name it. My wish overall is that we have a more intellectual approach to the issue, that we collaborate within enforcement, facilitation, and the fiscal risk as well, to gain a much, much better understanding of the challenges. Because the thing is, e-commerce is a golden opportunity, but it creates challenges. For me, to be honest, I think the biggest challenge for enforcement is the sheer volume, is the fragmentation of trade now. But it's here to stay. And I think, the more that we can do together, the WCO, the WTO, the OECD, I think in particular, overall, WTO looks after the trade bit, the customs looks at the enforcement bit, and the OECD looks particularly around tax collection and border efficiency, which is your role, Evie. That for me would be my vision of the future.
Well, I concur with a lot of things that have been already said. I would say that what again was mentioned of the balance of facilitation and enforcement, and those are discussions which we need to continue with, in the clear aim of not throwing the baby with the water. I would think that is important to say, and indeed for us, understanding and kind of relating the issue of e-commerce also to macroeconomical aspects and analyzing better both the sides of the potential and the economic gains and issues around for developed countries, for developing countries, not necessarily the same issues, and of course tackling the barriers, hopefully in a multilateral manner, but we will wait and see. But at least doing the groundwork for understanding the issue much better.
Thank you. So, thank you all for having given us your insights. I think they deserve a round of applause.
So, good afternoon and welcome everyone. I think we'll take the opportunity to ask everyone to take their seats so that we can get started. We're slightly ahead of ourselves. It's only not quite 2:30. So welcome. I hope everyone's had the opportunity to refresh and reinvigorate during the lunch break. My name is Catherine Anderson. I'm the team lead of governance in the Development Cooperation Directorate here at the OECD. And it's my pleasure to introduce 4 panellists that we have here today that will be speaking on the subject of illicit financial flows in development, which we have presented with the altogether very catchy title, Illicit Financial Flows, Dirty Money as a Livelihood. So to my immediate left, I have Wilfred Abiola. He's acting manager of governance for the Africa Development Bank. And then joining him is Uche Igwe, consultant and PhD candidate from the Sussex Centre for the Study of Corruption. We have Channing Mavrilis, transnational crime analyst from Global Financial Integrity. And finally, Cyprien Scherer, the head of the Strategic Analysis Unit at TRACFIN, which is an agency of the French Ministry of Economy and Finance that's responsible for fighting fraud, money laundering, and the financing of terrorism. So just a quick housekeeping note. This session will be both in English and in French, so you may want to just check that you have your headsets accessible to you. I'm not quite sure which channel that might be. You'll have to have a quick skip through the channels to check which one that is. Okay, so this panel is going to be a little bit different to your conventional panel on illicit financial flows, because typically when we talk about IFFs, we're talking about financial crime, bribery, anti-money laundering, tax evasion. Less commonly discussed are some of the more contextual problems associated with illicit financial flows, so the linkages not only to a country's economy, but also to their security and development. Now, the SDGs and the Addis Agenda for Action have highlighted that IFFs are a development imperative. And the G7 and the G20 have also urged countries to take action to address IFFs on a number of fronts. But essentially the message is that while illicit financial flows are a global challenge, their economic, social and stability effects are particularly pronounced in high vulnerability countries. Typically these are countries that are highly reliant on natural resource assets and that might have chronic periods of instability or conflict and violence. And it's not just the fact that illicit financial flows reduce the resources that might be available for development, but it's also because there are risks of potential spillover effects, the potential to increase instability and violence. Of course, with a panel of this nature, I wouldn't be doing our work due justice if I wasn't to mention the OECD's own work in this area. As many of you will know, many of our directorates are engaged in policy work on illicit financial flows. We lead the tax transparency agenda. We're doing a lot of work on counterfeit trades, bribery. We work closely with FATF. But the OECD Development Assistance Committee and our Development Cooperation Directorate in particular has also given illicit financial flows a priority, and we're in fact leading the OECD's work on illicit financial flows and development. So we've published several flagship reports on measuring OECD responses to IFFs from developing countries, on looking at stolen asset and recovery. And most recently, we've produced this report, which we've showcased here, and there are a couple of publications at the back, on the illicit economy, on the economy of illicit trade in West Africa. And that report took a deep dive into 5 forms of criminal activity in the West African region to try and identify the networks and drivers, if you like, of these different types of criminal activities, as well as their resulting financial flows. So I'd encourage everyone here, of course, to read that report. because we think that it constitutes quite an important step towards better understanding illicit financial flows in terms of the economic, security and development impacts that these particular economies might have. And in fact, I would take the opportunity now to also acknowledge the presence of several members of our anti-corruption task team who are here today that have in fact sort of been at the helm of all of our work on illicit financial flows, including our former chair, Phil Mason, who I see at the back of the room, who guided the development and production of a lot of this work. So with us today, we have several panellists that understand well the connections between IFFs and development. And I'd like to just explore a little bit about what it is that we understand to be sort of the linkages, if you like, and the problem associated between IFFs and development. So Wilfred, if I could start with you. We know that the most detrimental development impacts of illicit financial flows are, in fact, their ability to resource conflict actors and terrorist groups to generate instability. So in your work with countries on the continent and the African continent, what's your insight into the impact of illicit financial flows on the stability and development of countries on the continent?
Thank you, Catherine. I will speak in French. Merci, Catherine. Le problème des flux financiers illicites sur le continent africain touche plusieurs régions du continent. Bon, mon intervention, j'essaierai de la réduire à la région du Sahel, qui est la région qui a été récemment touchée. Donc, comme vous le connaissez tous, la région du Sahel, depuis l'avènement du printemps arabe et le chaos qui règne en Libye, il y a une zone de non-droit qui a été créée dans la région du Sahel et qui touche plusieurs pays de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, notamment plus particulièrement le Mali, le Niger, le Tchad et légèrement le nord du Cameroun. À cet égard, les flux financiers illicites peuvent contribuer au mécontentement politique, en partie à cause de la capacité réduite des gouvernements qui sont affectés par ces conflits, à réduire les gouvernements à fournir les services sociaux de base ainsi que le ressentiment de la corruption résultant des flux financiers illicites de manière cruciale. La criminalité et l'impunité brisent la confiance entre les citoyens et l'État, sapent le pacte social et créent des conditions favorables au déclenchement des conflits potentiels. Les flux financiers illicites représentent une source de financement pour les conflits armés et le financement des efforts de guerre dans les zones en conflit. Il a été démontré que la présence des ressources illicites crée et prolonge les conflits à plusieurs niveaux. Et on le voit dans ces pays, notamment au Mali. Le problème du Sahel a touché le pays dans lequel nous sommes, la Côte d'Ivoire, où ceux qui connaissent Abidjan, à Bassam, il y a eu des groupes qui sont descendus du Mali, qui sont venus faire fusiller des touristes qui se reposaient au bord de la plage. Ce qui fait qu'aujourd'hui, ces flux financiers illicites sont utilisés pour financer des groupes terroristes et d'autres éléments dissidents qui créent souvent des structures parallèles et souvent plus puissantes que les États qui sont confrontés à cette problématique, qui ne savent pas, qui n'ont pas de moyens ou qui ne sont pas outillés pour pouvoir combattre ces groupes-là. Enfin, très brièvement, je dirais que les flux financiers illicites pour des institutions comme les nôtres, qui sont des institutions dont notre mission essentielle, c'est le développement du continent et le renforcement des capacités essentiellement à adresser les problèmes de gouvernance financière sur le continent, nous ne pouvons pas rester insensibles à ce phénomène, à ce fléau. Et c'est un fléau pour lequel nous sommes tous obligés de combattre parce qu'il permet de rendre beaucoup plus fragiles les États qui sont déjà fragilisés. Et aujourd'hui, ces États ne sont pas en mesure de fournir des services de base aux citoyens et atteindre leurs objectifs de développement, donc les ODD 16.4 pour un développement durable. Catherine, avec ta permission, je m'arrêterai là pour l'instant. Peut-être que je dirai après comment la banque a pu accompagner ces pays de la région et quelle est la réponse de la banque pour lutter contre ce fléau. Je vous remercie.
Very good. Thank you, Wilfred. So I think that sort of clearly highlights some of the more extreme connections that can arise between illicit financial flows and the stability of a region of countries across the continent. But we also know that there are some important connections, of course, between the economic, social and political dimensions of many developing countries. And Uche, you've been writing about some of these links. We'd be interested in some of your own reflections on the connections at an economic, social and political level between illicit financial flows, and thinking in particular on some of the development conditions that might give rise to these types of illegal activities.
Yeah, thanks, Catherine. I think that Nigeria personifies most of the things you talk about, be it resource endowment, be it conflict, and also the inequality that is a big driver of conflict. But a little more is a story I'd like to tell you. Dahiru Mangal is, to many people, a Nigerian businessman, philanthropist, whose business interests span around from the oil and gas industry, even owns an airline. But behind that, Dahiru Mangal is a big founder of politics in Nigeria. During the era of the late President Umaru Musa Yar'Adua, Dahiru Mangal bankrolled his election, and as part of the rewards he got, Dahiru Mangal, who is a big-time smuggler, by the way, nominated the Director General of Customs. And Mr. Mangal is still very active in Nigerian politics, and because of the political financing regulations that are available or not available, and the weak laws regulating movement of resources, Dahiru Mangal and many other criminals continue to fund politics and continue to wield a lot of influence and using state apparatus to advance their criminal agenda. And in that kind of situation, it becomes slightly difficult for institutions like the Nigerian Customs and other regulatory agencies to do their work, trying to insulate themselves to political entrepreneurs and criminals like Dahiru Mangal. Having said that also, it is important to sort of speak to one of the things the earlier speaker talked about. The Boko Haram insurgency is, if you like, a sort of a consequence of what has gone right or wrong with the Arab Spring, as it's very likely that the same routes that weapons move from the northern Libya and all of those areas into Nigeria, there's a likelihood that the instability in that region is a big opportunity for illicit financial flows to sort of move in and out. Another part of it is that, like I told you earlier, Dahiru Mangal has been described as a philanthropist to many. The level of inequality and the level of poverty in countries like Nigeria begin to make it possible for some of these criminals who have influence and networks to be celebrated rather than the otherwise. I don't know, many of us know Mr. James Onanafebori, who was jailed sometime in the UK. He's back in Nigeria now. The interesting thing is that while he was in jail, he supported and nominated a governor in one of the states in Nigeria, Delta State, where he comes from. He nominated, he still influences every political nomination in Delta State till date. Indeed, while he was in jail back in the UK, people anybody who wanted to aspire to be anything in Delta State had to go to England to consult him in prison and get his blessing. As laughable as this is, these are very interesting networks that do exist in countries like ours with high-level poverty, high-level inequality, with a lot of young people roaming around. And these factors often miss the radar in the kind of analysis we do on illicit financial flows. And these are crucial things that need to come around the table if, for instance, we would have very strong policy response. We need to step back a bit to look at the political economy of illicit financial flows in some of these contexts, and how things like kidnapping for ransom by Boko Haram, which is a very, very lucrative part of what Boko Haram is doing, is also aiding and abetting illicit financial flows. In many of the high-level kidnap that Boko Haram had carried out successfully, billions of naira, sometimes in dollars, were paid. How did these monies come about? Where do they pass through? Is it not likely that those channels are the same channels that the illicit financial flows that are not captured continue to move? So I think that these issues are linked. The politics, the instability, and the natural resources are linked, and how some of these informal but very crucial issues continue to shape policy or lack of it in many developing countries like Nigeria. I want to stop it here, and I'll come back to you again.
Thank you, Che. A very interesting reflection on just how deeply imbricated criminal economies and illicit financial flows can be. And in fact, in our own research, one of the case studies for our West Africa report was indeed around the rise of Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb. And they too relied on kidnap for ransom and the trade of cigarettes and various different market goods. And they were able to use those resources to then assert their authority to begin interdicting in regional markets. So any goods or people that would cross the territory into Mali and the Sahel would have to pay a duty, if you like, a sort of customs tax or a border tax. So they have had enormous influence on the region. So too, this connection between illicit finance and political activities. We know that in West Africa, for example, there is no law on campaign finance. So it means that the illicit financial flows can find their way into political activity and can fuel elections and perpetuate these criminal actors and the criminal economies that they support. So chaining, we know that Global Financial Integrity has also done some research into criminal economies, and we'd be interested to know what that research has highlighted for you in terms of also the connections between informal economies and criminal activity, or the links between criminal activities and local livelihoods, perhaps is a better way.
Sure, thank you. Good afternoon. So we released at Global Financial Integrity, we released a report in 2017 called Transnational Crime in the Developing World, examining 11 different criminal sectors, their values, dynamics, and the impacts on developing countries as well as emerging trends. And to sum it up briefly, transnational crime is a business, and business is good. The groups engaged in transnational crime, from criminal networks to insurgency groups to terrorist organizations to LLCs, are united by one common motivation, and it's overwhelmingly profit motivated, either by need or by greed. Yet it's important to remember that their impacts go far beyond the financial. Some of the most impactful crimes, which are often overlooked, are environmental crimes. Environmental crimes, in my opinion, are often more dangerous than kind of the traditional transnational crimes like drug trafficking, because the threshold for corruption is very low. The risk of prosecution, or I should say prosecution and punishment, is even lower, yet the rewards are comparable or even higher too. So for a long time, the conversation about environmental crimes had been focused on treating it as an issue of conservation and really focusing on the kind of the act itself and its overt, impact. So, for example, illegal fishing would be fishing illegally and the loss of fishery resources, fish stocks. But I think the delayed impact for continuing with illegal fishing is one of the most serious in terms of some of the crimes out there. Illegal fishing frequently occurs in the waters off developing countries where the capacity, rule of law, and or political will to monitor and enforce fishing regulations can be insufficient. Fishing is also a major industry and a source of employment in most maritime developing countries. The Food and Agricultural Organization estimates that about 60 million people globally are directly employed by fishing or aquaculture, and the majority of these are in small-scale capture fishing operations in developing countries. Illegal fishing is, as well as its related illicit financial flows, strongly impact the West Africa region currently. These local and artisanal small-scale fishermen are just not able to compete with industrial long-distance fishing fleets that fish there illegally. So when local fishing stocks are depleted due to illegal fishing, the industrial fleets can move on, but the locals are left behind to deal with the consequences. Communities as well as individuals lose a major source of food, employment, and income. So you're a fisherman with a boat, are skilled at sea with little to no work and therefore income due to depleted stocks. Where will you turn? When viable, legitimate economic activities disappear, individuals may opt for illicit employment. They may turn to crime, drug trafficking, smuggling, piracy, arms trafficking, to name a few common fisheries crimes. So the question becomes, what will be the tipping point for a fisherman to begin to engage in fisheries crime? This is a situation that's played out elsewhere too. Somalia is a very strong example of what happens when illegal fishing runs rampant. When the government fell in 1991, obviously there's no more services, and that includes the Coast Guard. So all of a sudden, a large number of international industrial fishing fleets are in their waters. They're fishing aggressively and overfishing, along with a side of toxic dumping. And unsurprisingly, the fishing stocks in the coast of, the waters off Somalia are extremely depleted. And now those ships can leave, but the local fishermen are left behind to kind of pick up the pieces. And as we all know, piracy became a huge problem in Somalia to the point that actually they made a movie about it with Tom Hanks. So the questions that need to be asked are, what are the tipping points and how far do these problems go? So in West Africa, will illegal fishing by international corporate fleets force out local fishermen? Will a rise in unemployment of fishermen due to illegal fishing then lead to increased piracy? It's already a problem in West Africa and the Gulf of Guinea. The piracy is not just talking about the loss of fuel or goods that are stolen. You also have increased costs of doing business because insurance companies are now going to increase the costs and the premiums to insure vessels that are going through those waters. Vessels might choose just not to go through those waters because of the higher risk of piracy there. There can be more wildlife trafficking. I actually met a gentleman from Nigeria who works with local fishermen who have been out of work, who is educating them because they have started poaching manatees for parts as well as for the pet trade to find a source of income. As many of you know, West Africa is a huge transit point for cocaine coming from South America into Europe. So if we all of a sudden have more out-of-work fishermen, is there going to be an increase then in smuggling through the region? West Africa is it's been particularly Nigerian organized criminal groups are on a similar trajectory as to Mexican cartels, starting that originally both of them has started as more as facilitators for the trade. They helped move the goods along, but they weren't really having any ownership of this at all. Over time, though, both have become much, much larger key players in this region to the point that not too long ago, there was actually a Mexican national arrested in Nigeria. He had come over to help a Nigerian drug trafficking organization set up a meth lab that had the capacity to produce more than a ton of meth each week. So it's kind of this exporting of criminal activity and criminal knowledge too. If we're going to have more drugs, is there going to be a growing amount of domestic consumption and domestic addiction? Will there then be growing amounts of health costs? And to continue on with the issue of illicit finance, with all of this extra dirty money floating around in the economy, is there going to be increased corruption and weakening of state institutions due to higher illicit financial flows? Are conflicts going to be, going to be extended? So these are the factors we need to keep in mind when we discuss and assess transnational crime, as well as when we consider our responses. Thank you.
Gosh, there's an awful lot in that intervention, particularly these blurry lines, if you like, between the formal and informal economies. The fact that, illicit financial flows are not just about criminal activity, but they're also very much about development issues and local survival strategies. And so we need to be very careful in terms of the nature of the approaches or responses that might be adopted. So, Cyprien, illicit financial flows, we know that these are transnational in nature. They are derived of links across countries of source or origin, transit and destination. So from the perspective of an OECD country, France, and an agency at the forefront of fighting fraud and corruption, what are you seeing in terms of the nature and scale of illicit financial flows?
Donc, je vais m'exprimer en français. Donc, je représente TRACFIN, qui est ce qu'on appelle une cellule de renseignement financier, Financial Intelligence Unit, c'est-à-dire les acteurs de la lutte contre le blanchiment tels que créés par le GAFI. J'y reviendrai. Donc, effectivement, que peut observer la CRF, cellule de renseignement financier, d'un pays comme la France, pays membre de l'OCDE, qui est plutôt pays de destination des flux illicites générés dans le rapport. Bien, effectivement, alors après, ça dépend si vous êtes plutôt partisan des verres à moitié vides ou des verres à moitié pleins. On ne pourra observer qu'une partie des phénomènes décrits en termes d'acteurs et d'activités. On observera les acteurs qui utilisent le système bancaire international et sont susceptibles de procéder à des transactions bancaires à l'étranger, notamment des transactions en euros dans le cas de la CRF française. Donc, par contre, on sera relativement aveugle sur les groupes criminels locaux qui opèrent par exemple dans la logistique des trafics, qui sont souvent rémunérés en espèces, ou les groupes criminels qui agissent à l'échelle locale mais réinvestissent localement. Ceux-là auront vocation à être surveillés par la CRF de leur propre pays. Donc, 3 grands types de flux que l'on peut observer, nous, en tant que CRF française. Donc, des flux qui arrivent en France, essentiellement le placement ou le réinvestissement de flux financiers illicites, pour la plupart issus de la corruption. Donc les auteurs, ça peut être des responsables politiques de premier plan, vraiment des autorités politiques de premier niveau. C'est souvent des cas assez médiatisés. Mais ça peut être peut-être plus intéressant pour être dans le concret et de ce qui nous intéresse aujourd'hui, des responsables publics de second plan. Des cadres de l'administration, des conseillers d'autorités ministérielles. Et Uche a cité la nomination d'un directeur des douanes. Les douanes sont des administrations extrêmement importantes dans les problématiques qui nous concernent, que ce soit en termes de transit de marchandises, de contrefaçon, etc. Et donc nous, quand on voit un cadre douanier d'un pays d'Afrique de l'Ouest qui va acheter un bien immobilier de 400 000, 500 000 euros en région parisienne, on peut s'interroger. Donc il y a les responsables publics de premier plan, responsables publics de second plan, et puis des acteurs économiques du secteur privé, des hommes d'affaires multicartes, qui peuvent avoir des positions fortes dans certains secteurs clés, notamment en matières premières agricoles ou minerais, mais aussi des activités diverses, import-export, distribution, logistique, banque, télécom, qui peuvent également mettre à profit leur carnet d'adresses pour intervenir comme consultants ou intermédiaires dans les grands contrats publics ou privés. Mais qui peuvent également, pour certains, profiter de leur groupe de sociétés pour dissimuler des activités illicites. Au milieu d'activités illicites, dissimuler du trafic de stupéfiants, d'armes ou autres. Donc qu'est-ce qu'on va voir essentiellement? On va voir donc en France des investissements immobiliers pour ces gens-là, pour l'ensemble des acteurs dont je parle. Donc il y a l'immobilier très haut de gamme, évidemment, avec des biens parisiens d'apparat ou des villas sur la Côte d'Azur. Mais il y a donc les biens moyens haut de gamme, autour de 1 million d'euros pour des cadres de second rang. Et puis, donc, je l'ai dit, des biens immobiliers standards, mais qui sont aussi très importants de pouvoir suivre. On a également tout ce qui est alimentation de comptes bancaires, en direct ou détenus par des proches, famille, amis, avec des techniques d'alimentation plus ou moins sophistiquées. Ça va vraiment de la remise d'espèces en justifiant d'espèces détenues dans le pays d'origine, jusqu'à des flux issus d'autres pays sous couvert de transactions commerciales, etc. Donc ça, ce sont des choses qu'on voit. Après, le deuxième type de flux, donc là, c'était les flux financiers qui arrivent en France. Il y a également les flux financiers qui sont à l'étranger, mais pour lesquels, depuis la France, on va arriver à les percevoir. Donc, 2 éléments, ce qu'on appelle l'activité de correspondent banking, banque de correspondance. Alors, pour les gens qui ne sont pas dans le secteur bancaire, ça a l'air très technique. En fait, c'est quelque chose d'extrêmement répandu et de très courant. Le principe, c'est que quand vous êtes une banque d'un pays hors zone euro, vous ne pouvez pas administrer directement des comptes en euros. Vous devez faire appel à une banque de la zone euro pour gérer vos comptes euros à votre place. Donc les banques françaises assurent des prestations de correspondent banking pour les banques étrangères. Et donc ça permet que lorsque ces banques françaises voient des transactions sur lesquelles elles ont des doutes, de nous les signaler. Et via le correspondent banking, on obtient quand même beaucoup d'informations, notamment sur les transactions sur les marchés de matières premières, qui donnent lieu à des détournements de fonds. Donc, en plus, la correspondance bancaire peut être utilisée pour opacifier des fonds, parce que vous n'êtes pas obligé d'utiliser qu'une seule banque correspondante en zone euro. Vous pouvez en empiler plusieurs, Portugal, Allemagne, France, etc. Et donc, créer de plus en plus de distance entre l'émetteur initial des fonds et le bénéficiaire final. Donc, le correspondent banking, un outil très important. Et puis, on a aussi la coopération entre CRF, puisque donc Tracfin échange beaucoup avec ses homologues, et c'est un outil très important. Donc, des CRF étrangères vont nous signaler certaines opérations. Et puis, dernier type de flux, quand même, que je veux citer, ce sont des flux criminels qui sont originés en France et qui sont rapatriés vers ces pays. Pour rester sur les pays d'Afrique de l'Ouest dans le rapport, puisqu'il y a certains pays qui ont des organisations criminelles extrêmement performantes. On a parlé du Nigeria, mais ce n'est pas le seul. Donc il y a notamment les escroqueries en bande organisée via Internet, l'escroquerie par avance de frais, aux fausses annonces, etc. Donc nous, ça, on le voit beaucoup, avec les victimes dont les paiements sont rassemblés puis envoyés directement via des établissements de paiement en Afrique de l'Ouest. Et puis après, tout ce qui est traite d'êtres humains et prostitution, par exemple, avec des systèmes de rapatriement de fonds plus ou moins élaborés. Voilà, je le cite parce qu'en fait, ces organisations criminelles dans des pays comme le Nigeria ou le Bénin, plus elles gagnent d'argent avec ces infractions commises en Europe, plus elles se renforcent sur leur territoire local et plus elles assèchent les chances de développer des activités licites. Donc voilà ce qu'on peut observer. Donc on observe beaucoup de choses sur la nature des flux. Par contre, on a du mal à le quantifier et à savoir ce qu'on observe, nous, quelle proportion de la totalité des activités illicites cela peut représenter. Ça, c'est un défi pour les économistes et les statisticiens sur les stades de l'économie grise. J'ai encore 1 minute ou pas pour revenir sur le dispositif global du GAFI, dispositif de lutte contre le blanchiment. Donc, pour qu'une CRF comme Tracfin en France ou d'autres puisse agir efficacement, il faut plusieurs conditions. Il faut donc que les professionnels qui nous alimentent en information soient coopératifs, donc essentiellement les banques, mais pas seulement, les établissements de paiement, les changeurs manuels, les assurances, et puis les professions du chiffre et du droit. Enfin, il y a beaucoup de professionnels qui doivent être guidés pour participer au dispositif. Donc il faut aussi des autorités de contrôle et de sanctions rigoureuses. Il faut donc que la cellule de renseignement financier soit suffisamment indépendante, qu'elle ait suffisamment de moyens humains, qu'elle ait les pouvoirs juridiques adéquats, notamment l'accès aux informations fiscales, douanières du pays, qu'elle puisse demander des informations complémentaires aux professionnels quand elle a besoin, etc. Et puis une bonne coopération nationale, un bon dialogue fluide entre la cellule de renseignement financier et la justice et l'action judiciaire, et puis la bonne coopération internationale entre CRF, comme je l'ai dit. Et donc c'est un dispositif qui est très, très efficace, mais qui en même temps a ses limites. Et donc la principale limite étant qu'on perçoit, donc, comme je l'ai dit au début, le haut du spectre. Mais dans les économies où il y a un taux de bancarisation faible et une économie informelle et très importante, un usage des espèces très important, c'est vrai que là, le système patine plus.
Thank you, Cyprian. I mean, I think your insights into the way in which financial flows travel through the global system, where they end up, and in what form they end up, really shines a bit of a light also on the transnational links between the different networks of actors. Certainly in the work that we've produced in West Africa, we saw that domestic local actors in West African countries were closely linked to regional actors who were closely linked to global networks. And it's very important, of course, in then fostering or crafting a response to be working at all of the different levels of that system. So we know, based on what we've heard, that illicit financial flows are a complex phenomenon. They've got clear links between security, economy, local livelihood, development, and that they're multidimensional and global in their reach, connecting countries of origin, transit, and destination. So forced migration in one part of the world, and the case study we did in West Africa, affects everybody, actually. We saw the phenomenon of the migrant crisis in Europe. There's a very nice metaphor that we have in the prologue of our report that says criminal activity is rather like a balloon. If you squeeze one end, the air will shift and it will pop up somewhere else. So you need to look at the big picture, and you need to comprehensively address the story of how air moves in the balloon if you want to be effective in crafting your response. But it's also not credible to expect developing countries to address these problems themselves. The responsibility has to be shared, but differentiated, if you like. So, Wilfred, in your work with the Multilateral Development Bank and working with African countries, what have you been doing to assist them to reduce their vulnerabilities to illicit financial flows at a local level?
Merci Catherine. Nous sommes une banque multilatérale de développement et nos interventions sont encadrées. Tout d'abord, nous travaillons sur ces questions depuis 2007. On avait une première stratégie qui visait uniquement le blanchissement des flux financiers illicites et la fuite des capitaux. Et cette première stratégie sur la lutte contre le blanchissement des capitaux, nous avons essentiellement doté plusieurs régions africaines à mettre en place des systèmes de paiement intégrés au niveau régional sous la première stratégie. Donc on a mis en place des plateformes pour permettre à toutes les banques centrales, donc, pour les pays anglophones qui ont leur monnaie à elles, pour qu'ils puissent avoir une plateforme intégrée pour que toutes les banques centrales puissent utiliser ces moyens de paiement informatisés et éviter des transferts manuels ou bien des transferts pour lesquels on ne pouvait pas avoir une certaine traçabilité. Ça, c'était la première génération des interventions. Et en 2017, nous sommes rendus compte de la limitation de cette stratégie et la nature du support qu'on pouvait apporter au pays. On a donc développé une nouvelle stratégie qui a permis de combler, je dirais, certains manquements de la première de cette stratégie. Et cette stratégie a fait l'objet d'une large consultation. Et on a eu à Abidjan à peu près 60 représentants d'institutions et de pays, y compris des collègues de l'OCDE, qui ont été invités pour pouvoir valider cette stratégie que nous mettons en œuvre depuis 2017-2018. Si je reviens sur le problème du Sahel, au sommet de la crise en 2014-2015, nous ne pouvons pas intervenir sur le domaine sécuritaire. Nous sommes une banque. Ce que nous pouvons faire, c'est d'accompagner les pays pour pouvoir continuer à assurer les services sociaux de base, sachant pertinemment que le gros des ressources sont consacrés à la sécurité, parce que ces pays-là, la plupart des ressources ont été utilisées pour pouvoir assurer la sécurité de ces pays. Et jusqu'aujourd'hui, ces problèmes continuent. Pour ceux d'entre nous qui ont visité récemment un pays comme le Mali, vous verrez qu'à partir de 18h, 19h, il y a des checkpoints partout. Dans tous les hôtels, il y a des scanners qui sont installés et le pays investit énormément dans ce domaine. Et nous, ce que nous avons fait en 2014, la banque, à travers son guichet concessionnel, donc le guichet du Fonds africain de développement, on ne peut pas faire des emprunts à ces pays, compte tenu de leur situation de trésorerie, des situations de dette. Donc ce qu'on fait, on leur a donné un don de réponse à la crise d'environ 14 millions d'unités de compte, donc à peu près 17 millions d'euros pour répondre à la crise. Et ces ressources visaient essentiellement à contribuer à créer un espace budgétaire essentiel pour permettre à l'État de continuer à assurer certaines prestations de base. Ça, c'était pour le Mali. On a poursuivi ces interventions en 2015 au Mali, au Niger et au Tchad. Et la nature de nos interventions était essentiellement des appuis budgétaires. Donc, on apportait un complément de ressources, sachant que les appuis budgétaires sont des appuis aux réformes, mais qui sont fongibles, qui intègrent le budget de l'État. On ne peut pas financer des achats d'armement ou bien des problèmes de sécurité, mais on aide l'État à essayer de combler le gap de financement qu'ils ont suite à cette crise-là pour pouvoir assurer les prestations des services de base. Catherine, c'est essentiellement la nature que prend nos interventions dans ce cadre-là. Nous n'intervenons pas sur des problèmes purement sécuritaires. Nous essayons de nous assurer que le problème d'endettement, c'est une question que les pays regardent de près, dans la gestion de leurs dettes. Nous les accompagnons dans la diversification de l'économie pour essayer de voir si on peut créer de la richesse, donc du contenu local. Nous essayons de développer avec eux des systèmes de gestion des revenus, de mobilisation de ressources domestiques. Donc, nous assurer que le système douanier, il y a un système qui permet d'enregistrer tous les flux entrant et sortant dans les pays, donc les systèmes douaniers. Pareil pour les systèmes de sécurité. Donc, c'est ce type de rapport en termes de renforcement de capacité que nous apportons au pays. Merci.
So it sounds like a sort of an approach of strengthening the capabilities of the state, which, I think the thinking behind that, of course, is that you start to build the state's credibility in the eyes of its citizenry, ensuring that they sort of remain engaged in, formal public services and wealth creation and otherwise.
Tout à fait, Catherine, parce que je crois que le problème le plus important, c'est cette perte de crédibilité par rapport aux gouvernants. Quand on prend par exemple les pays dans lesquels il y a eu des attentats à répétition, quelque part la population perd confiance à l'État et le rôle que l'État devrait jouer. Et notre aide ne vise pas à résoudre le problème de sécurité, mais nous assurer que les services de base, donc le gouvernement des États peut continuer à supporter, à fournir ces prestations de base et rester présent. Et je pense que pour l'instant, c'est vrai que ces pays rencontrent toujours des difficultés, mais c'est la seule façon qu'on ait pour pouvoir essayer de continuer à les accompagner.
Good. And Uche, I think our discussion has really highlighted or reflected the links between poverty, inequality, and illicit financial flows or criminal activities. Again, you spoke about the political connections. These are quite grey areas. They're complex areas. And, certainly I think in terms of the tools and resources that development actors might have at their disposal, we certainly do have questions as to whether they're adequately equipped to respond to some of these complexities. Do you think that we know enough about the way in which criminal activities operate, their connections with local livelihoods, informality, poverty, inequality, for us to be able to craft effective policy responses? Do you think that there are gaps that could be addressed to better respond?
Yes, we need to know a little more, and again, I'd like to draw from an example. There's a report that was published by Westminster Foundation for Democracy in England that talked about how much it costs to be elected a national parliamentarian in Nigeria. He talked about at least $700,000, and I'd like to link this up to two things. First is the push by criminals to capture the state indirectly, and the second is the direct participation of criminals in politics in a way to legitimize themselves. And I'll quickly give two examples. The late Maurice Ibekwe was a known criminal and who was practicing the advanced free fraud 419, and he was stupendously rich. And because of in 1999 the transition from military to civilian regime in Nigeria, a couple of people were a bit skeptical. The late Maurice Ibekwe ran for election and became a member of parliament at that time. And he chose an interesting committee, a committee for internal affairs, controlling the police, the military, the customs. And what he had in mind was to use the network of the state to sort of not only detoxify himself, also to make sure that he's immune, if you like, from any form of prosecution. And from there, he was also providing support to his networks of criminals around the country. Unfortunately, when he was re-elected, before he could be inaugurated to join the next parliament, he was arrested by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, then led by Nuhu Ribadu. And while he was in detention, they didn't know he got sick, and before he could get medical attention, he died. That's Maurice Ibekwe. There's another serving senator. His name is Senator Kashumu Buruji. Interestingly, he had several cases of criminality in the United States. There were efforts to extradite him, but because he came into the country and became a senator, it was difficult to do that. The United States government tried quite a lot, but could not succeed. He was resisted, both by him and his colleagues in the Senate. Now, I think that the two things I would like to highlight here is the fact that the political financing regime in Nigeria and in West Africa could be something that we begin to have a second look at, because unless that is looked at directly, some of these opportunities for criminals to fund politics and participate in politics will continue. The next thing I would like to highlight is, because these activities are illicit, data is a big issue. So are there possibilities to begin to work harder? Are there mechanisms that can be put in place to get data, understanding that the activities are illicit, and countries like Nigeria have a very huge informal sector that some of these criminal activities leverage on. That could give us proper understanding, or more understanding, to begin to get figures, to begin to engage. Are there sanctions, if you like, that could be placed on some of these known, for instance, when efforts were being made to extradite somebody like Senator Kashumo Boruji, are there continental or international efforts that can be used to strengthen some of those moves beyond the country, understanding that these elements are stupendously rich and resourced, and they have very clear linkages to politics. A deeper understanding of that relationship is crucial in our attempts to become a bit innovative on what we do. Because how would you get, for instance, the Nigerian Customs Service, whose DG was nominated by Dahiru Mangal to go against smuggling? How would you, for instance, at that time he supported the late President Chiradua. How can you get the late President Chiradua to have a critical look or exercise any form of political will against illicit financial flows, while he was, many politicians in Nigeria are direct and indirect beneficiaries of some of these efforts? So I think that going forward, we have to become creative in how we approach some of these. We have to develop proper and deeper understanding of contextual peculiarities, especially in countries like Nigeria. And we need to devise innovative approaches, like getting in through talking about proper laws regulating political financing, understanding that if we get it right in that arena, we could begin to make politics costless, for instance, and discourage politicians to begin to align and seek for support of these godfathers and criminals in their effort to desperately get positions, and by so doing, weaken their capacity to confront some of these criminal networks in country.
Some very interesting reflections. Thank you, Uche. You mentioned sanctions. Actually, sanction and interdiction efforts have long been at the core of existing policy responses to problems of illicit financial flows. But experience has shown us that these types of targeted interventions often have limited impact. So, Channing, in your view, you've reflected on some of these more transnational types of activities, sort of supply chains and otherwise. Would be interested to hear a bit more about what you think would be useful in terms of different kinds of approaches that could be taken, perhaps moving away from the sanction interdiction type of response.
Sure. To effectively combat transnational crime, illicit financial flows, you have to look at the systems that are being used and abused to facilitate these crimes. For me, one of the most glaringly obvious are anonymous companies. And this was discussed earlier in the opening remarks, is the absolute need to have beneficial ownership being declared. I think the move towards requiring the declaration of ultimate beneficial owners of companies is an important step to improving transparency as well as accountability. And this is something that's starting to be embraced more and more throughout the world. You can see it in the 5th EU money laundering directive. The U.S. is finally making decent strides towards beneficial ownership, but there's still room for improvement. One of the areas, so Global Financial Integrity is releasing a report tomorrow, which we affectionately call the Library Card Project, where we looked at each of the 50 states to see what information is required in terms of personal information to get a library card, and what information is required to open up a company. And in every single state, you had to provide more personal information to get a library card than to open a company. And that's just wrong. And so we need to, I think the ideal is having centralized public registers of companies and their beneficial owners. It's a very strong step. At the bare minimum, and this is kind of what's happening in the U.S., law enforcement will have access to this information. Obviously, public access is nicer. But these actions, I think, really need to be strengthened. They need to have teeth. So you need to be able to review this information, or you have to review this information, and there needs to be some kind of enforcement mechanism when this information is provided fraudulently. And I think, as Cyprien pointed out, the real estate sector is an excellent vehicle for money laundering. And so one thing the U.S. is doing are geographical targeting orders, where they have selected several kind of counties or cities, understandably like New York, Miami, Los Angeles, where there's very, very high value property. And they've required that whenever you are purchasing a residential property and you are not using a loan or a mortgage, if you are purchasing it with a legal entity, the title company that you are working with has to collect the beneficial ownership information. And they've lowered the threshold to $300,000, which coming from DC is actually not that high. But they've lowered it to a reasonable amount. And they've also kind of changed the definition of what a cash purchase is. It used to be strictly cash. Now we're talking anything from a bank check to a wire transfer, and even cryptocurrency. And what what I've liked about this exercise is it's done a great job of collecting data on what's happening in this market. And they found that of the people who've been reported for purchasing property, and obviously there's nothing wrong with purchasing property, but of the people who have purchased it through an anonymous company, 30% have previously been reported in suspicious activity reports. So there's a decent correlation happening here between the use of real estate, the use of anonymous companies to move financial flows illicitly. Just to quickly address the issue of supply chains, I think more effort can be done by transit and destination countries to require better supply chain transparency. The U.S. is looking to have accountability when it comes to forced labor. So if they can trace back a shipment of fish to a ship that's known for using forced labor, if they can trace back gold, if they can trace back timber to, that it's known to have been logged illegally, and they've done this recently with a shipment of timber from Peru, they will reject it. And that way you're stopping the money from going back. What I think this really brings up, though, is the role of transit and destination countries when it comes to illicit financial flows. Too long, and the conversation has very much always centered on how can we stop the money from coming out of these countries. But it's still coming out. So what can we do in terms of what is the responsibility of transit and destination countries to stop these flows? And we need to recognize these flows as really their own resource curse. There's kind of this mentality that any money is good money if it comes into a country, but that's really not true when it has dirty strings attached to it. So they're not a benefit to any economy. They're not a benefit to any society. So I think kind of the saying evil begets evil can be translated to dirty money begets dirty money. And this is definitely can be seen with Uche's remarks in terms of money flowing in to fund elections, influencing politics. We're seeing this in developing countries. We're seeing this in developed countries. So I think we need to start considering what's happening on the kind of the other side of the coin when it comes to illicit financial flows, and what are the roles of kind of the hard currency countries in rejecting these flows too.
Thanks, Channing. And actually that global systems perspective is really key. There is more and more work now happening around certainly all sorts of different trading sectors. We hope next year to be able to come back to this forum to share with you some work that we're just developing at the moment, looking at illicit financial flows in the commodity trading space. So certainly the trading sectors, the supply chains are really critical areas of intervention, if you can think about interventions at each stage of that supply chain. But then also some of these instruments that you'd mentioned. And, I think the public registers, there's some momentum and growth around that. I know in the UK you have this new unexplained wealth order provision, which is also starting to be put into effect. So it'll be interesting to see the trajectory that some of these new tools are taking. Cyprian, aside from the tools and instruments to combat illicit financial flows, obviously given the transnational dimension of the problem, it's critical that we have strong coordination and engagement across countries, across actors with different constituencies. You've touched on that a little bit, but I wonder if you could talk a little bit more about what you're doing both in France and in the region.
Volontiers, donc effectivement, je vais parler de mesures prises en France, de mesures prises au niveau de l'Union européenne et puis de mesures prises au niveau international avec le GAFI. Donc en France, moi je ne représente que la CRF qui est plutôt en amont de la chaîne répressive, plutôt en détection et en alerte. Mais donc je ne suis pas le porte-parole du ministère de la Justice, je n'ai pas été mandaté, mais je voudrais quand même vous rappeler tout ce qui a été fait en France en matière judiciaire. Notamment la création d'une agence de gestion et de recouvrement des avoirs saisis et confisqués, donc, créée en France en 2011, qui s'appelle l'AGRASC, donc pour saisir et confisquer les avoirs criminels. Donc c'est une agence aujourd'hui qui compte 40 personnes, dont 17 magistrats, qui a vocation à encore augmenter, qui a traité 100 000 dossiers, 200 000 biens, et qui a fêté en 2018 1 milliard d'euros sur le compte séquestre où sont placés les avoirs saisis. Donc c'est une agence qui s'est bien développée et c'est un outil très important dans la lutte contre les flux financiers illicites. Deuxième mesure en France, c'est la création d'un parquet national financier en 2013, donc pour avoir une force de frappe unifiée sur les dossiers de grande criminalité financière et notamment de lutte contre la grande corruption, avec déjà des décisions fortes qui ont été prises. Une convention judiciaire d'intérêt public sur la Libye, à la fois donc avec le parquet national financier français et le DOJ américain, contre donc un cas de corruption d'autorités libyennes pour la gestion des actifs du fonds. Et puis également une décision récente contre la grande fraude fiscale pour condamner une banque étrangère qui incitait, selon les décisions du jugement, qui incitait à la fraude fiscale. Donc voilà, ce parquet national financier qui a une action forte et qui s'est imposé. Il y a également eu en 2016 la loi Sapin 2 pour renforcer la lutte contre la corruption, avec la création d'une agence française anticorruption qui là va plutôt être sur le suivi des entreprises et la lutte contre la corruption dans les transactions commerciales internationales. Donc avec des obligations en amont de cartographie des risques et de mesures de conformité anticorruption, puis une action de contrôle. Et puis enfin, dernière action en France sur laquelle je voudrais insister, c'est tout simplement le renforcement de la jurisprudence, les jugements rendus en matière de corruption, et notamment un jugement important en octobre 2017. Donc il s'agit de blanchiment, de détournement de fonds et blanchiment de corruption en France, avec des achats d'hôtels particuliers, de véhicules de luxe, d'œuvres d'art, etc. Ce qui est important, c'est qu'il a été donc du coup gravé dans les décisions du jugement qu'on ne jugeait pas le prévenu pour des faits de détournement de fonds publics ou de corruption commis dans son pays, mais pour des faits de blanchiment commis en France à des fins personnelles. Donc dans le droit français, le blanchiment est bien une infraction autonome, distincte des délits d'origine visés et commis à l'étranger. Donc même si le prévenu essaie de dire que le tribunal français n'est pas compétent ou que le prévenu bénéficie d'un privilège de juridiction, en fait le tribunal va considérer l'infraction sous-jacente au regard du droit français et non du droit local. Donc si le tribunal français n'était pas compétent sur un détournement de fonds, s'il arrive tout de même à le caractériser et que le blanchiment a lieu en France, il juge l'affaire de blanchiment. Et donc ça a donc donné lieu à un jugement avec condamnation, 3 ans d'emprisonnement avec sursis, 30 millions d'euros d'amende avec sursis et surtout confiscation de l'ensemble des biens saisis au cours de l'instruction, sachant qu'on était à plus de 120 millions d'euros au total. Donc l'affaire a été... il y a eu un appel interjeté, donc ça va être maintenant audiencé par la Cour d'appel de Paris. En fait, ça fixe quand même bien les choses dans la lutte contre la corruption. Et je voudrais vous citer un extrait du jugement. En introduction, le tribunal a rappelé « Le blanchiment constitue la condition sine qua non de la survie de la prospérité et de la pérennité des organisations criminelles, et il appelle une répression mondialisée. Le tribunal rappelle la gravité des infractions sous-jacentes et les conséquences concrètes qu'elles emportent en termes de frein à la croissance et au développement. Donc on est complètement dans notre sujet. Donc voilà pour des actions. Donc voilà pour des actions prises en matière de répression au niveau français. Au niveau européen, donc il y a évidemment l'évolution du cadre juridique avec les directives successives dont Channing a parlé. La 4e directive de 2015 qui renforçait le statut de personnalité politiquement exposée et qui aussi donc insistait sur la question critique des bénéficiaires effectifs, les Ultimate Beneficial Owners, avec l'obligation pour chaque pays membre de l'Union européenne d'avoir des fichiers, en même temps qu'on a un registre du commerce, de voir des fichiers où apparaissent les bénéficiaires effectifs des personnes morales. L'Union européenne également est en train d'essayer de renforcer les pouvoirs des autorités de supervision européennes en matière de lutte contre le blanchiment et le financement du terrorisme. Parce qu'en fait, jusqu'ici, il y avait l'effort législatif, mais sinon, après, la surveillance, la pratique était plutôt laissée au niveau national. Et on s'est aperçu quand même qu'il y avait certains pays membres de l'Union européenne qui n'avaient pas les mêmes exigences que d'autres. Il y a eu des gros dossiers médiatisés récemment dans différents pays. D'où la réflexion des institutions européennes pour renforcer le rôle de contrôle des superviseurs européens et essayer d'harmoniser les exigences anti-blanchiment dans les différents pays. Et puis d'autres actions comme le programme Impact, mis en place par la Commission européenne, European Multidisciplinary Platform Against Criminal Threats. Donc c'est un programme mis en place depuis 2010 de renforcement de la coopération internationale entre États membres dans la lutte contre la criminalité transnationale et le crime organisé. Ces programmes sont gérés par Europol et sont déclinés sous la forme de plans pluriannuels de 4 ans. Donc dans le plan actuel 2018-2021, il y a 10 priorités, donc 10 plans d'action opérationnels. Et il y en a un qui porte spécifiquement sur la criminalité financière, le blanchiment et la saisie des avoirs criminels. C'est la France qui est chef de file, donc la police judiciaire et les douanes. Et donc l'une des actions menées, c'est justement d'aller rencontrer certains pays avec lesquels la coopération judiciaire est plus compliquée quand on veut saisir des avoirs criminels à l'étranger, pour échanger avec eux et les inciter à créer leur propre agence de saisie et de confiscation des avoirs criminels, comme la France l'a créée en 2011. Donc voilà, pour diverses actions menées au niveau européen. Et puis au niveau donc, international, c'est toujours aller renforcer la coopération entre cellules de renseignement financier au sein du groupe Egmont, qui est le groupe de dialogue d'échange entre les cellules. Par exemple, le Bénin, dont je parlais tout à l'heure, qui est un pays quand même qui recueille beaucoup de flux issus de la cybercriminalité, des escroqueries, en tout cas tel que nous on peut l'observer en France. Il a intégré Egmont en 2018. Donc avec le soutien de la France, on s'en félicite parce qu'en général, quand on rentre dans Egmont, ça veut dire que la CRF elle est au standard, elle a les moyens d'être efficace. Puis donc il y a la poursuite des travaux du GAFI et des organismes régionaux comme le JABA, avec des groupes de travail, la modernisation des recommandations, les évaluations mutuelles pour faire pression sur les pays qui seraient en retard. Et quand je parle d'adaptation des recommandations du GAFI, je voudrais terminer parce qu'au début, sur ma première intervention, j'expliquais que le système était un peu aveugle, surtout ce qui était uniquement en espèces, qu'on n'était performant que sur les flux bancaires. On a quand même aujourd'hui un vrai bouleversement des services de paiement avec la révolution numérique. Et l'Afrique est leader dans ces transformations, avec l'explosion des cash transferts via téléphone mobile, etc. Donc, on voit que par la technologie, on a un bouleversement des services de paiement qui peut réduire en partie l'utilisation des espèces. Donc, la question intéressante, c'est tout le dispositif de lutte contre le blanchiment qui a été pensé et développé pour les banques, les établissements de crédit classiques. Comment on va le faire évoluer pour ces nouveaux acteurs du paiement ? Comment on va sensibiliser les opérateurs télécoms, leurs agents, les établissements de paiement qu'ils utilisent à la LCBFT, à la connaissance client et surtout au partage et à l'analyse des données. Qui va détenir les données clients, qui aura les meilleurs outils pour les analyser, etc. Donc là, il y a des gros enjeux pour tout le monde.
Very good. especially bringing in the sort of data, the digital phenomenon, and what that means in terms of illicit financial flows and trying to tackle this problem. So we have just slightly over 20 minutes. I'd like to give an opportunity to participants to ask a few questions. Can I ask that you introduce yourself, also cite your organisation of affiliation if you have one, and to the extent possible direct your question to a particular member of the panel. So we'll take, I think, 3 questions at a time, and hopefully we'll have the opportunity for 2 rounds at least of questions. So the floor is open.
Bonjour, je suis de la Haute Autorité pour la bonne gouvernance de Côte d'Ivoire et je félicite donc ce panel pour cette brillante présentation. Ma question va s'adresser à Monsieur Cyprien Scherer et ce que j'aimerais savoir, vu que les pays d'Afrique, notamment la Côte d'Ivoire, sont concernés surtout par le blanchiment des capitaux en France dans l'immobilier, j'aimerais savoir quelles sont les actions concrètes qu'il pourrait recommander à une autorité de lutte contre la corruption comme la nôtre pour pouvoir en fait soit travailler en synergie avec les CRF françaises, soit poser des actions, enfin faire quelque chose pour pouvoir essayer de capter ces flux illicites de la corruption. Merci.
Very good. And this gentleman just near the...
Yes, hello. So my name is Stefan Algert. I'm a partner of the law firm of Osler in Canada. My question is for Channing. What is your opinion on the sentences given to people found guilty of corruption in industrialized countries, knowing that the United States is a bit of an outlier in terms of higher sentencing than other countries where people usually get what would be called relatively low sentences? Do you feel that the justice system is properly responding in terms of sentencing these types of crimes? Merci.
Good, and we can take one more. This gentleman here.
Hello, I'm Patrick Rich from Enable, the Belgian Development Agency. My question is mostly for Cyprien, but perhaps one of the others can answer as well. We are funding projects as well, public projects with public partners as with non-governmental organizations in a lot of countries in Western Africa. Now, one of my concerns there is that we are actually funding organizations that are involved in terrorism or in other illicit flows. So my question is mostly what can we do to prevent that we are involved with that?
Great. Okay, so Cyprien, I'll perhaps invite you first to respond to our colleague from Côte d'Ivoire on the partnerships with countries from the south, and then also to this question about working with partners that may have potential terrorist links.
Alors, donc sur la coopération avec les pays comme la Côte d'Ivoire, de toute façon, la première action, c'est les échanges opérationnels pour renforcer les institutions locales, renforcer le rôle de la CRF. Tracfin reçoit beaucoup de délégations étrangères pour échanger sur nos méthodes. Donc j'avoue que, on a un département international qui est plus spécifiquement en charge. Donc je ne sais pas si on a reçu la Côte d'Ivoire récemment, mais en tout cas vous êtes les bienvenus. Donc c'est le renforcement de la CRF dans ses pouvoirs et puis de l'action judiciaire derrière. Après, donc, dans la coopération, c'est les signalements spontanés, c'est-à-dire que la CRF ivoirienne peut nous adresser des informations entrantes pour nous signaler certains flux qu'elle aurait observés partir de Côte d'Ivoire vers la France. Et puis c'est aussi donc la surveillance des flux de banques ivoiriennes vers les banques de pays qui peuvent être connus pour être peu coopératifs ou pour avoir justement un régime juridique de personne morale qui protège le secret. Donc c'est plutôt sur ces axes de coopération-là qu'on peut travailler. Sur l'autre question, j'ai pas compris de quel organisme il s'agissait.
So how could you, he was asking, I think, how can you ensure that you're not sponsoring organisations that have terrorist links or that have links to criminal activities and actors? Is that, I think that was the...
Oui, c'est ça la question. Et je travaille pour l'Agence belge de développement.
D'accord. Parce qu'en fait, nous, en tant que CRF, on va avoir une action en matière de lutte contre le terrorisme qui va être résolument tournée vers le national d'abord, c'est-à-dire l'identification de personnes qui veulent partir en zone de conflit ou de personnes qui seraient en zone de conflit qui voudraient retourner en France. On va travailler sur les flux de collecte de fonds en Europe et d'acheminement de ces fonds vers les zones de combat djihadistes. On va travailler sur des associations en France qui pourraient être suspectées de financer des mouvements radicaux, voire des faits de terrorisme. Mais c'est vrai que c'est difficile pour la CRF française d'avoir une vision précise de la nature terroriste d'organisation dans ces pays-là. Ce n'est pas vraiment notre rôle. Après, il y a d'autres services spécialisés en France ou dans d'autres pays pour les identifier, mais c'est vrai que nous, on sortirait un peu de notre rôle, donc je ne suis pas très à l'aise pour vous répondre précisément.
So that's entirely understandable. So I'll invite Wilfred and perhaps Uche, if you also had a few remarks on this query as well.
Oui, merci. Je vais essayer de rebondir sur cette question. Je crois que peut-être qu'on a dressé un tableau assez noir ici. La situation n'est pas si catastrophique que ça, rassurez-vous. Pourquoi? Parce que monsieur tout le monde que vous êtes ou que je suis, si je vais dans une banque en Côte d'Ivoire demain pour faire un transfert d'1 million d'euros, il faudra que je justifie la raison de ce transfert et les mêmes procédures de contrôle qui sont appliquées au niveau des banques, de la Banque centrale ouest-africaine ou de la Banque centrale pour l'Afrique centrale sont pratiquement les mêmes que les procédures de vérification qui sont appliquées en Europe. Maintenant, ce dont on parle ici, c'est des gens qui ne sont pas à découvert. Donc, si vous travaillez avec une structure qui appuie sur eux, il est évident que c'est une société ou bien une organisation qui est connue et c'est très facile de savoir d'où elle est, qui elle est. Nous, au niveau de la Banque africaine de développement, nous supportons d'une part les pays pour le renforcement des capacités, donc pour adopter une politique en matière de lutte contre les flux financiers illicites, et nous supportons également des organisations régionales qui interviennent au niveau national et qui ont une couverture régionale pour essayer de renforcer les capacités sur ces questions-là. Et pour terminer, je dirais, on a parlé tout à l'heure, peut-être qu'on aura l'occasion d'en reparler, on a parlé tout à l'heure de l'avènement de la monnaie électronique et des transferts. Et pour ceux qui sont dans ces pays-là, ils peuvent, les pays, quels qu'ils soient, vous pouvez constater qu'aujourd'hui, vous ne pouvez pas avoir une puce électronique ou bien un compte Orange Money ou MTN Money ou peu importe l'opérateur, sans que votre identité ne soit enregistrée. Donc là, on parle des gens qui sont à découvert des flux financiers illicites, des activités terroristes. Mais sinon, dans le cas dont vous parlez, je ne sais pas. Ça, c'est à voir au cas par cas. Je vous remercie.
Just to say that if I were you, before I get into a relationship that involves funds with any organization, I will commission an independent political economy report. These days, there are independent organizations and individuals who will be able to, to provide the sort of pulse of the street kind of report. And increasingly, they have become very useful in some of these decisions, such as the one you are talking about.
Thank you. So Channing, just on the question around whether sanctions are adequate, the criminal penalties.
So thank you for your question, just to make sure I understand. So are sentences for corruption adequate in the U.S. or globally, or? No, great question. No. I mean, they're completely dropping the ball on this in terms of suspended sentences. Look, corruption, everything we're talking about on this panel today is enabled by corruption. And to treat it as kind of a passive activity or an activity that it doesn't have that same kind of body in the streets sense that like drug trafficking has, but its impacts go so far. And for many societies, corruption is really ingrained into the society itself that you can't easily shake free from corruption. So you have to send a very definitive message that it's not allowed. And I think both, jail time as well as monetary fines are necessary. A lot of times you're getting next to nothing, and you know that the person has earned more through corrupt acts than they're actually been penalized for. I would like to see the U.S. take the same kind of seriousness it does with corruptions and apply it to financial institutions that are having poor AML policies that are actively or passively facilitating money laundering and are allowing these acts to happen too. If I just add that one on.
So there we are. We need to be doing more on that front. So we'll take another round of 3 questions for the panelists. So 1, 2.
Bonjour, je suis Baptiste Sibieux, étudiant à l'ESSEC. Et ma question est pour Monsieur Scherer, car je me demandais quelles étaient les relations entre la cellule de renseignement financier et les autres acteurs autres que bancaires dans le renseignement, puisque le seul secteur qui a un régulateur qui les oblige à partager l'information est le secteur bancaire. Donc je me demandais dans quelle mesure les autres secteurs, notamment l'immobilier de luxe, avaient un rapport coopératif ou non coopératif à ce sujet-là.
Bonjour, Rajani Binit, je suis avocat en France et aux États-Unis. Je voudrais aussi rejoindre la remarque de mon confrère américain sur la légèreté des peines en France et notamment le fait qu'on ne trouve particulièrement en France, je dis mais pas seulement, on ne trouve jamais de temps de prison en France et peut-être la frustration de certains acteurs et de gens d'avocats pour l'anticorruption, notamment en France et dans des pays européens. Ma question va aussi à M. Scherer en particulier, mais pas seulement, sur l'OCDE. Est-ce que l'on a les moyens suffisants pour détourner, pour reprendre les biens de la kleptocratie, et devrait-on ouvrir les actions à la société civile, notamment, comme cela se voit aussi aux États-Unis par les Kitam Actions, devrait-on pouvoir permettre plus de constitution de partis civils, notamment aux pays lésés par le blanchiment d'argent et qui est issu de la corruption?
And we have one more at the front here.
Hi, my question is for Uche. My name is Sofia Vargas. I work at C4ADS as an analyst. We're a nonprofit based in DC working on mapping out criminal networks. And my question for you is, in the jurisdictions that you focus on, how can open data, open source data, help kind of push towards transparency in the countries that you work with politically, as well as in mapping out assets or asset flight from the countries of interest? Do you think it's feasible now, or are there steps to take before pushing towards investigating in the open source on these sorts of networks?
Good questions. So, Cyprien, perhaps on the first 2, if you'd like to respond.
Alors, sur la première question, je ne voudrais pas vous faire un cours complet sur le dispositif LCBFT. Je vous renvoie aux publications de Tracfin sur le site internet de Tracfin. On publie chaque année un rapport d'activité et un rapport d'analyse qui donnent beaucoup d'éléments. Pour faire court, donc, il y a des professions assujetties au dispositif. Donc c'est tout le secteur bancaire et financier qui va être supervisé par la commission bancaire, donc la CPR en France, autorité de contrôle prudentiel et de résolution. Mais toutes les autres professions impliquées ont également des autorités de contrôle et de sanctions pour qu'elles respectent leurs obligations LCBFT. Donc il y a les professions du chiffre et du droit, il y a les agents immobiliers, il y a le secteur du jeu, avec les grands opérateurs de jeux, les casinos, les opérateurs de jeux en ligne. Et puis il y a les acteurs du marché de l'art, qui soient régulés comme les sociétés de vente volontaire ou non régulés comme les antiquaires et les galeristes. Alors là où vous avez raison, c'est que toutes ces professions ne coopèrent pas avec le même degré de bonne volonté. Même si on ne faut pas comparer en termes de nombre de déclarations les professions non financières et les professions financières. Mais indépendamment de ces questions de volume, au sein des professions non financières, toutes n'ont pas effectivement le même degré de coopération. Et il y a certaines professions, notamment les professions du chiffre et du droit, pour lesquelles les autorités de contrôle et de sanctions sont finalement leurs propres ordres professionnels. Donc c'est parfois difficile de savoir exactement quelles mesures ont été prises en cas de manquement. Il n'empêche que il y a quand même des autorités pour lesquelles ça marche bien, il y a des professions avec lesquelles c'est satisfaisant. Sur l'immobilier, le notariat est quand même mobilisé, donc ce sont des contributeurs importants, ils complètent très bien l'action des banques. Les agents immobiliers, les choses ont bien progressé depuis 2 ans, avec aussi donc ils sont contrôlés par la Direction générale de la concurrence et de la répression des fraudes, qui est une autre direction du ministère des Finances. Et donc il y a eu des lignes directrices publiées récemment par Tracfin et la DGCCRF à l'attention de ces acteurs. En revanche, après, sur les sujets immobiliers stricto sensu, c'est le dispositif lui-même qui est peut-être un peu partiel, puisque les agents immobiliers ne couvrent évidemment pas tous les problèmes de blanchiment dans l'immobilier et tout ce qui va relever les fonds d'investissement immobilier sont censés être assujettis en tant que tels, mais il y a toutes les parties immobilier commercial, etc., où il y a des champs des questions immobilières qui sont trop peu pris en compte par le dispositif aujourd'hui. Je ne sais pas si ça répond à la question.
And I think on the second question, was it on an asset recovery type of?
Sur les moyens suffisants en termes judiciaires et l'éventualité d'ouvrir aux parties civiles ou aux pays lésés des procédures. Alors, bon, comme je le disais, moi je ne me représente que la CRF, je ne suis pas porte-parole du ministère de la Justice. C'est sûr qu'il y a un manque de moyens budgétaires et que c'est bien d'augmenter les pouvoirs administratifs en amont, mais qu'il faut aussi renforcer les moyens des parquets, des services d'enquête en France pour avoir une action plus offensive. Et il y a eu récemment plusieurs événements pour plaider en ce sens de la part de la conférence des procureurs français, tout récemment de la part de la Cour des comptes qui a aussi insisté auprès du ministère de la Justice pour renforcer ces moyens. Après, sur l'ouverture aux parties civiles ou aux pays lésés, j'avoue que moi, n'étant pas juriste, n'étant pas spécialiste de la procédure pénale, je ne veux pas trop m'avancer sur l'ouverture aux parties civiles. L'ouverture aux pays, la possibilité pour les pays eux-mêmes, ça me semble complexe compte tenu du côté complètement transnational des flux financiers. En fait, on voit bien que les chaînes passent par de très nombreux pays. Donc, honnêtement, je ne vois pas concrètement comment ça pourrait s'articuler. En revanche, il y a quand même aujourd'hui des choses qui fonctionnent bien. Il y a eu un des principaux dossiers de blanchiment depuis quelques années qui concerne les détournements de fonds au détriment d'un fonds souverain asiatique. Il y a eu des procédures dans de très nombreux pays, aux États-Unis, dans plusieurs pays européens. Tracfin a été mobilisé, sollicité par des CRF européennes qui travaillaient avec la justice de leur pays. Du coup, il y a eu l'ouverture aussi de procédures en France. Donc ça, c'est quand même un gros dossier où il y a une très bonne coopération internationale. Donc il y a quand même des choses qui se passent et qui avancent. Tout n'est pas noir.
Oh, that's right. And I think the other dimension of that story of sort of asset recovery is, of course, how to return those assets back to the country of origin and ensure that those assets are in fact used for development purposes. I know there's a big conversation happening among multilateral actors about how to improve the prospects for the return of stolen assets. So, Uche, final word on the function of open source data and whether or not that would be a productive or a risky tool, if you like, to use to investigate and follow up on these types of
Well, certainly it's going to be a very useful tool. There's been a whole lot happening in that regards in country already. Civil society and media have been quite useful in trying to push government in those directions. Nigeria is also a part of Open Government Partnership, and there have been efforts to get the government and civil society to come together to work on issues like beneficial ownership, transparency, and to get a public register of companies. So there's been some conversation and some progress. By the way, I was an advisor to Open Government Partnership sometime last year. So I believe that at some point we made some progress. But like I tried to say in my earlier interventions, political will is crucial in all of this. And when, for instance, key political actors have linkages to those who may not benefit from open government, there's a likelihood that reluctance develops. So I think that it takes us back to sort of finding ways to clean up political financing as much as possible, find possibilities that politicians and politics can thrive without an alliance with criminality. If we do achieve that, then some of these suggestions can run on their own, and with media and civil society supporting the process, we can begin to generate the kind of political will that can translate rhetorics to action.
Very good, thank you. So with that, I think that we've probably served to unpack the complexities, the true complexities of the links between illicit financial flows and development. You know, the fact that there are multiple things that are happening, that could happen at the national, transnational and global, in the global space, and some very good initiatives that are certainly underway. So thank you very much to all of our panellists for a very enlightening and productive discussion, and thank you also to all of you for joining us.